Hey guys, welcome back. We're gonna stream today. It's Wednesday, March 23rd. Here we go. Oh, let me get stuff set up. Get a late start here. Yeah, let me get stuff set up here. 5 minutes to market, and I am unprepared on potentially a huge day. Okay, where is it? Yeah. Um. Hmm. There it is. Cool. That. Send that out. Tag all you degens on Discord. Tom V. Tom V's in the Discord. You came. I'm very bullish on GameStop all of a sudden. Let's see. Tweet, Discord. Okay. In 3 minutes, not nearly enough time. That. This. What's up, MT? Hey, Scott. Hey, Trine. Hey, Xander. Hey, Christopher. Hey, Javier. Thank you guys for joining. Appreciate it. You can hear me. Good. Good. Let's see. Put a couple tags in here. 2 minutes. I'll put on pre-market here. You guys can see what's going on. So it ripped up more. There's a lot I want to talk about. I have a lot of questions for you guys, and maybe I have some answers too. A lot of stuff has been evolving in the last 24 hours at a rapid rate. We're gonna dive into all of it. I need to kind of I'm gonna have to look at my own positions too, because I'm gonna have to move some stuff around, and maybe here in the beginning of open. If you watched yesterday's video, you know I have short calls right now that suck. Simply put. What's up, Don Rowe? Morning, Norman. Hey, Adam. I think there'll be a dip to fill the retest levels. A dip to fill the retest levels. Like to fill gaps, or what do you mean retest levels? So we'll have to look at his filing, but I think all of his buying was in the first hour or so. So a lot of this, I think it was all right here actually. So that brought us up to 108, which was legit. But the big volume, whether it was margin calls covering or I don't know, rolling over, that all came in with a huge volume the second half of the day. And maybe that was more institutions buying in. I don't think they would buy in on the lit exchange. So I'm not gonna be able to focus too much on chat, especially in the beginning here, because I gotta see. I might buy to close the short positions on the short calls on Fidelity. I'm not sure yet. If I have money to, I might. I know on the Weeble and the other one I don't. Ding, ding, ding. That was the bell. I mean, and then this move right here, I don't. If institutions buy in extended hours, would that show up then? Since that's a different exchange, or would they still use dark pool and not really show price action? Questions. Hey, Access. Thanks, man. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it. Let them mellow. Pretty bullish though. Okay, let me pull off this, take off the extended. I kind of like to see extended. Okay, so we're hopefully going to fill that gap. Looks like we're filling it right now. GME has so much volume, we can do 1 minute. Look at that. Incredible. That gap is to 123. When you say let them mellow, you're saying don't close them? I don't know, man. Thanks, Chili Chills. Wow, first 5 minute volume candle is, or 1 minute. Oh my gosh, 1 minute. 1.1 million. 250,000 on the second minute. Okay, actually, I've got weeklies. I might look at trimming some. No, they're still down. That's crazy. I've got 160, 165. Yeah, I guess it's just too far out of the money. There's ones I want to open though. Let's see. Look at that. It's on. I can't look at 1 minute. It's too fast. I feel like I'm trading crypto. What's the plan B? I don't know. I got a leap on it. I got an 80 strike leap. I just like Bowen's better than I am at this. I'll just copy one of his plays. I don't have a whole lot of capital though to mess around with that. Let me just see if I'm able to even buy these back. I'm hoping we fill that gap this morning. Yeah, I can't buy these back. I can maybe buy one back. Buy one back. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe I should just let them ride and roll them. 200,000, 9.1%. It's nice it stayed up. Important for it to close. So the theory is that gaps always get filled, or like 95, 98% or something. So if we leave this gap and keep going, it might want to get filled later. But it's a good thing because we have a gap up here still at 288, which that might be getting filled this week or next week. Pretty good volume already, huh? 2.5 million volume. Not 1.4, 2.5. So my time frame on plays I'm looking at, probably just gonna be looking at next week. Because if this keeps going this week into some sort of gamma squeeze, I think we'll definitely be extending it next week then. Some people are speculating that Brian Cohen's going to keep buying 100,000 shares in the lit exchange every day for the next 11 days or something. I don't think that's going to happen, but there is still question about why he bought on lit and why 100,000. SPY gap down actually. Look at that. Not huge, but I think this could be the squeeze. Yeah. Yep. I mean, this is everything we've been waiting for. NFT marketplace has been announced. The beta is live. Ryan Cohen just bought in more shares. We've got this massive dip before rip that we've been waiting for, along with somewhat of a market crash. You know, this is the biggest dip we've had in the year. The FTDs that are piling up, all the stuff that Pickle talks about, all that stuff that's probably going to add a bunch of pressure. Them moving earnings, I think, to buy in and buying in this window. Don, actually, are we still in SLD period? GME's future's not looking rough. Because that was one of my questions. If the price action yesterday was so natural looking, it looked like SLD, and we're probably, just as far as like premiums and like entering, if it looks natural like this, the premiums never really get crushed. Look at this thing go. 76 on the RSI. Okay. Until end of week. Wednesday before. Yep, today's the day. All right, I'm gonna just I might just ride these short calls. See what I can roll them to. Um, 3.2 million. Let me look at some resistance lines here. Yeah, okay. This was one of the ones I was waiting for. I mean, I guess pre-market, so that's a good thing to look at too. Kind of pre-market sometimes is would be like a resistance. It's really not till 150. We're kind of clear for go to 150. I'm gonna put a little horizontal line up here on that pre-market 148. Javier, I don't know what you mean. We've already passed 930. But yeah, that's the thing within when we're in SLD period. I'm not sure if they I don't know how effective they are at the short attacks. They didn't really do any yesterday at all. All right, I'm looking at what I can roll this to next week. Hoping enough IV moves things around where I can roll it up quite a bit. Not looking good. Dang. So my strike is a 108. It's so deep in the money. Yeah, I can't roll it up at all for next week. Is he buying again? I don't know. Central time. 10:30. There's also the theory that he is doing this as some sort of demonstration for the SEC to show them the corruption and how his orders are actually affecting the price, and that's why he's buying them on the lit exchange through the IEX. So I'm not sure, but if that's the case, then yeah, maybe he would buy more on the lit, which seems crazy because it's ripping out of his hands. He's buying a lot. I mean, ETF obligations, I think they had until, yeah, pre-market today, so maybe that's what we saw in extended hours. I'm not sure. Maybe don't know. That's why we get it hit harder in the week. This is a big up. So this line I have up here, this is the high from pre-market. It was 148. SEC doesn't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jeez, 12%. My BBBY, I don't think that's really running as much. My 5-10 calls are up. I only got 10 of them though. Those are my squeeze calls. I'm riding those for sure. Oh my goodness, so weird. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I can't believe I did that. So I legged into it's just this Ivy. I literally legged into everything and shorted everything when the Ivy was low, and it's just been ramping like crazy. Show you guys this real quick. So I had 215 calls for this Friday. Bought these like a month or so ago. And I had 160 calls, and I legged into the 160s with 165 strike. Thinking, yeah, worst case if it's up there, I'll get max gain, but otherwise I'll get a couple $100 because this Spark Inspire worthless. It was down like 98% or something. Now look at this. If I didn't leg in, the long calls are up now 64%. The shorts are down 5,500%. So I'm actually down on the play still. If I didn't leg in, I didn't even think about that with the IV, how that would affect it. Because I shorted it when it was low IV, and IV's pumped so much now. Man, I nailed this trade. Nailed it. All right, GME is not slowed up. Let's see what happens up here at this resistance, though. T+2 from ETF futures. That was yesterday, or pre-market today, right? Did you guys see that awesome play, the shorting of the 165? I wasn't thinking, okay, this 160s. I thought they could come back to life, but I wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't thinking of Ivy at all, because them coming back to life, and then the shorting ones, if Ivy gets pumped, turning into a spread. That's funny. I mean, I guess I could close some. We're talking short calls again. I could close some because I have 500 shares that are unprotected, or I don't know what you call them, naked shares. So I could close 5 of them and then have 165 covered calls expiring tomorrow, which I don't want to do it. I don't know. Settle before yesterday market block orders placed in premium before open. That's why you were curious about pre-market, and that's why look at SPY coming down. SPY's really tanking. I was actually wondering if we should get like UVXY and VIX calls. I don't. GME is not the place yet where it's causing this, I don't think, but it could get there. Don, is that why you're thinking pre-market? Big action in the pre-market, and since there's not, you're not as convinced of a big run, at least right now, because you might have to wait till next week. You have VIX. Yeah. Oversold, but that's... Oh, actually, I have options on SPY closing today. A little ways to go. Probably roll these. GME, 15%, 141, 142, 148's pre-market. This little move right here looks somewhat similar to the brain chip. Although brain chip, I would imagine if we were following brain chip, I feel like it would have settled down here, but maybe that levels up here and it consolidates at 150. You want to see what I'm talking about? Speaking of brain chip, it's up 12% today. Interesting. Because if you take out this, they're so illiquid, but if you take out these two weird candles down here, you're gonna see a low and then this little bounce and then this low, kind of like we have here. So this back up where it consolidates was at this level, but maybe this level on GME would be up here. I'm just kind of still tracking it to see. It's curious. This is insane. Look at this daily chart. And look, on the daily, we're not even overbought on the RSI, 67. That's interesting. Cost is up. I was gonna get options, then I realized they only had shares yesterday. BBY not actually doing anything. Kind of going in waves here with which one's in the basket. Somebody should show they have more obligation. Yeah, that's a good point. It's definitely moving around on Wall Street Bets. Seen a lot of posts. Shared a couple of them, I think, on Discord. Yeah, there's a massive short position. Yeah, imagine them all like in an ETF, but they're not. A lot of them could be an XRT, but the theory was and is, and maybe it's changed, but that they were sold or they were offered this position of this massive short position on all these brick and mortar, these retail stores around COVID. You know, from COVID happening, they saw a big opportunity to short these. Some of them had bad numbers already, so it was an easy short. They would probably go bankrupt from COVID, and now we have these random squeezes on this basket. And yeah, I think a lot of them are probably in XRT too. Deep V to the daily. What's a deep V? This V? Oh, that V. Look at that V. V for victory. I don't know that as any predictable pattern. Maybe it could be cup and handle building, but a little bit too much of a V, not a U. We're really, I mean, we have, there's our negative beta. It's happening. Our negative beta is happening. This is some solid volume, 6.3 million already. Oh, I guess I'm just riding out these okay, let's see. I kind of want to wait till Friday to roll this. Maybe I shouldn't though, I don't know. Norman, you were talking about it. What do you think's better? Rolling at the money at whatever date I can get it at the money, or just... Or no, I think maybe you answered that. You thought rolling just shorter, as high as I can, as short as I can. Because right now, for me to roll up at all for credit, I'd have to roll to 2 weeks from now. I'd have to roll to April 8th. Oh boy, never mind. I'd have to roll Oh my gosh. Uh, oh, now we're into the monthlies. Wow, the rolling really is a lot worse now. I'd have to roll to April 29th. Holy crap. I can get $1. I can go May 20th and get up to 115. So it didn't quite hit that, get to that previous pre-market high or aftermarket high. But we'll see. It looks like it's just consolidating here for a little bit. VWAP, look how high VWAP is. That's crazy. I'm like, oh, it's gonna come back down to VWAP, but it's at VWAP. That's I can't believe I legged into this thing and it screwed me that much. So stupid. I didn't play it all wrong. I did get a loan when GME was down here, as well as figured out margin and bought it on margin. Actually, I bought on margin at 110. So I loaded up and leveraged myself as much as I could down here. My plays not so smart, but they'll be profitable. Even rolling the calls, I'll be profitable. I'm making it's a good problem to have. Good problem to have. Fortune has a serious stretch to buy down and build capital. Build capital to buy to close it? Or what do you mean to build capital? What for? Maybe V it formed right before it pumped. BBBY had a very specific reason though why it pumped. This one you're talking about? This was all external though, this pump. This wasn't from TA, I don't think. You know what I mean? This was from Ryan Cohen. So, not to say it's not bullish. I mean, on the daily, on this long term, we've got green over the 9. It's bullish MACD. Momentum's bullish. Today's looks like maybe a bit of consolidation day. 4 hours still good. So, yeah, it's still good. It's not moving with GME, but still a good upward trend. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess by that point, I would expect GME to have hit its peak and it's come down. So I don't see why I need to buy to close it. Then I just keep rolling it. 300,000 shares at 826%. iBorrow is still 9.1 with 150. I saw people posting that about iBorrow being, or IKBR, whatever, being 1,000% or something. And I never saw it on iBorrow. This is holding up super well. Wow. Yeah, I didn't feel good yesterday. I just did not capitalize on this play yet at all. I plan to today though, but I might be too late. We'll see. And then the shorting of the calls. 12,000. Yeah, I was curious on that. Reason why RC bot. AMC? I don't think RC bought AMC. Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking, see if I can show you guys this. Matters. See. So for my short calls, GME's consolidating so nicely up there, that's crazy. This is my problem. So I can roll to 120 for May. That's maybe a good way to go right there. I don't see Jamie coming back down to 108 by Friday as far as these expiring worthless this week. I don't think that's going to happen. It might come back down, but if it does, I mean, I don't know. We've seen crazy stuff. That's why I'm always tempted just to hold these out. So it filled up to this resistance yesterday on that daily candle, and today yeah, I don't know. Consolidating a bit here. VWAP's so high. Let's see, I might close even some weeklies. Yeah, I'm closing some weeklies. Closing my 215 weeklies. These were bought many moons ago. I would leg out of it, but it's just naked long calls, so they lose premium quickly right now. And I still have exposure for this week with that dumb spread I did. Almost 8 million. Yeah, that volume's legit. It is losing some strength here. Let's see what happened yesterday. Yesterday was crazy because we just ripped right out of the gate and didn't stop. There's a little gap down there. Buggers. 94.24. Consolidated until 10:45. So it slowed down. Slowed down at like about 10:10. Then 10:45 came in. So I think I didn't look close to the filing. I think didn't RC finish his buying by like here? I think this was all, not all, but I think some of this was him. But my question, so this was something totally different. We'll see. I need to look at opening something up for next week. Okay, next week. Let's see. $145, $175, maybe. Break even's 150. This buy stopped at 106. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought I remember seeing. So that would have been, oh, that actually goes up into here. But he bought a lot down in the 90s too. So I think a lot of this, but okay, so here was the question I had. Do a couple, maybe. Let's see. Man, these are fluctuating so fast. I'm gonna try and get I'm gonna try and roll these into May. I thought I could do the 125, but I think it changed now. I can't even do 120. Only do 110. All right, might need a little pump to roll these. I think 125 I could do. I don't usually like to buy into options this early in the morning. It's way overbought. That's huge volume. It's green volume. Might just leg in a little bit to next week. Put a low order. So what was it, 1010 yesterday it started ripping? Not to say it's gonna do that again, but or no, 11, 1050. Put the order out there really low and then move it up. It looks like the consolidation's over. So I have a put credit spread, but I've got like 22 days on this one. No, RC didn't buy AMC. Unless there's something new that none of us have heard about. Javier may or may not be a bot. 150 call, 422. Nice. Got some good time on there. Yeah, I mean, if this keeps going and this becomes a squeeze, then yeah, that's true. You're gonna want probably a month of time. Um, so my question, see what you guys think. I put it on Discord. Um, there's about, yeah, dear. So I didn't check the math. Okay, so based on the DRS numbers of people buying in, that's about 40,000 DRS purchases a day. So basically, why would 100,000 cause this a 30% move? So the first thing is, I'm thinking most of this move wasn't from Ryan Cohen because he bought up to here. So, but even this move, why why would him buying just 100,000 cause this? Unless if there's two conclusions to that. I think either the DRS, a lot of those shares that are getting DRS'd are already purchased, and there's not brokerages, or those brokerages aren't, for the most part, not purchasing shares. So there's not a buy on a lit exchange, basically. That's kind of either that or this was a lot of other stuff along with RC's buy-in. Because we didn't, it's not like it was FOMO buying. We didn't hear about his buy-in until after hours either. 150 borrowed. Morning, Mike. Yeah. I got two separate thoughts. Yeah, I'm not sure what he was saying about AMC. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. Um, like why was his 100,000 purchase causing this much? And 40,000 DRS every day don't cause half this much. I mean, we've been shorted 40,000 every day, and we've been shorted down. So I don't know. Maybe this was. No, I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter, I guess. It just, to me, I was trying to figure out. Well, trying to see if any of those theories are true. If he is going to keep buying on the lit exchange, lit markets, which I don't think he'll do that, but I guess we'll find out. Only 100K left of DRS. I mean, we know about how many there are, right? Left. But yeah, maybe. All right, I've got an order out. We'll see what happens at 1050 if we start getting big volume. Volume's tapering off, so from my understanding, that's typically a sign of cooling down, and that's what we're seeing here. But that's good because we're still holding up. 10% move. That's a huge move just in itself. Now we're starting to get some volume spikes. So yesterday kind of had that double bottom right here. This was after that move, I guess. We made that little double bottom, and then the big volume came in. Getting a little jumpy. 6 million calls bought today, but weekly 125, 150. Yeah, I mean, how close are we to having a gamma squeeze? Because that'd push us into next week, the best, wouldn't it? Or a gamma squeeze, I guess, more next week. A lot more than 100K. Am I back here? Yeah. No, I mean, the volume I know is a lot more. So then why did he buy Analytics change? Just to help support it? Help push it up? And why 100,000? Why can you buy 100 million? Or how many? No, not 100 million. $100 million worth, whatever that is. I can't believe this. I can't believe I legged into that one. How that affected me. That's so weird. Hmm. Where are we on the? Yeah, we blew through that 50 moving average. Wondering if that's going to be a support. That'd be nice for my short calls. Sen is up today. That chart. What the heck? All the OGs. Dilray. Double GameStop. We do a little hour over here. Let's see, we've got 15 minutes. 15 minutes the first hour, 8.7 million. That's more than any hour yesterday. Wow. I mean, it's the first hour, but the max gamma should be around 130. Yeah, it seems good then. Seems promising. 100K was through RC Venture. Clove. I know it's a little early on Clove. I made out on it all right. Yeah. I don't know. I thought I had shares for the long term. Maybe I sold them. The volume's definitely falling off, but GME is holding up strong. We got hourly over here. This is 5 minute. And time-wise, like 30 minutes. It consolidated yesterday around this same time. Maybe this one started earlier. We're basically at 30 minutes. All right, I'm gonna execute this order. Okay, I got it. I did 145, 175, call, debit, spread for next week. When do I retest? Oh, why 108? Yeah, I see that. This support resistance back here. I don't know if we're getting that. We're in SLD period. I don't know if we're gonna get some big short attack like that. That would be pretty enormous too. A $40 drop. So same sort of thing happened yesterday. Volume tapered off. A little bump there, but it was even hotter, I think, on the RSI. Yeah, RSI's cooled off. Crime is crime. 35, let's see. Group these. $70. I'm tempted to close that short. Those short calls, turn them into covered calls. 165 covered calls. I'll wait. I'll wait and see. I could kind of do that at the top because that's when I'd want to sell the long calls anyways. Wait till it seems like a top. Take the FOMO crowd to the slaughter? I'm not sure. This is something we haven't seen all year. As far as everything lining up. Big dip, volume, borrow fees, double shares, utilization. It's all different than the rest of these pinches. Right? It's been different than all of these. These are all unique in their own way, but these were all very similar also to each other as far as what was going on, it seems like, and the indicators we have that were setting these up. Why these ones were less, I don't know, but the timing was pretty close. This, though, the data we have from here, it didn't happen for most of these, as far as I know, but a lot of it has happened for this move, for where we are right now. About to retest 140. About to retest that 220 gap fill. See if we like to fill it or just blow through it. 280. All right, if we're getting a little pump here, let me see if I can roll this. It's better, I think, just to even roll it earlier. Getting some IV ripping. Once the IV starts to crush, I think it'll just be harder to roll. Maybe I should have gotten more of my spread. Big, big gap, man. Wish we filled that gap this morning. Oh boy. Volume's still light. It was at 1050. This timing was not very long. Yeah, that was like 30 minutes. Let's see. Right there. Yeah. Um, I'll wait. I'll wait to scale in more. Now, I can't roll for credit. What the heck? I have to go down to 110 to roll for credit now in May. Blech. Hi PPO, are you on stream? I think you were. Um, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out when to roll, the timing on actually like when to roll, and then how far. Um, yeah, rolling. I've not looked this closely at rolling. I don't have much experience with it, but just trying to grasp what's going on in my head, and then trying to figure out when would be the best time. It's hard. It's hard for me to figure that out. But yesterday during the big spikes would have been the best time to roll early on, even when it was lower. So I think, yeah, I would have lost the same amount of value on the contracts, but I would have had a higher strike for credit. So like rolling in this area or this when you get these spikes, and then I don't know if I'm going to be able to roll just to next week. I might go all the way out to May. So it's slow as we consolidate, the roll amount is decreasing, right? So the strike basically. So just 20 minutes ago, I could roll up to a 125 for May 20th and receive a credit. Now I have to go all the way down to 110 before I receive a credit. So hopefully on a spike, like 115, I can still get a credit. Yeah, nice. Yeah, 120 I can't. So hopefully on a spike, I can do like 120, 125 for May. And that at least, I mean, worst case scenario, that at least makes me profitable on the play because I bought those shares at, 90 something dollars. So uh, that's kind of how I look at it right now. Well, it was a wash sale though, so I guess I bought them at 110 and wash sailed them, rebought them in the 90s. Next week? Manually roll? I can't manually roll because I can't buy to close these. That's the thing. I looked at just closing them this morning. I could have maybe closed one, but I'll just play the roll game. That's what these are for. Next week, let's see what we can do. Is that better to roll next week? Not there anymore. April 1st, 109. $2. I'm not seeing it. Fidelity, you shill. GameStop Collection wants to keep going though, guys. It's consolidated. We've had our 30 minutes of consolidation. It's at a different time frame. I'm not seeing it. Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. This is 108 to 109 for next week. Still showing a debit right here. I can't even roll to 108 for next week. Yeah, I think I'd like shorter if I can. If I can get a credit and go up. Yeah, I don't know if I'm just getting it's a bad spread or what. They're 50K borrowed. 28,000 calls the money. Dang, dude. So if we hold up this high, Don, that would basically set us up for next week being crazy, right? Having to deliver all those. Oh, I've got two. What the heck? I have two? Oh, no, never mind. I might buy back this short leg. What do you guys think about that? So on this one, I could buy back 5 of these shorts. Or no, I'm sorry. I could sell 5 of these longs and turn 5 of these shorts into covered calls because I have 500 shares sitting here. That's a 165 strike. I know I might be rolling up this too, but at least I'm rolling it from a much higher strike. This is for Friday. Because I'd like to get all these longs. I can. We're at those low 80 levels for this blown. I know, it's totally skewed everything, huh? Crazy. Bid ask is really wide. Yeah, I was wondering if there's a lot of slippage on that. We have 140 for us today. I mean, I think that'd be sick, but no, I I doubt it. Um, I mean, it's overbought on 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. It's cooled down. But the daily though is still has room to gallop, and we're not seeing any signs of, as far as I know, of their covering is over and they're able to short it back down. I don't even know how much was covered yesterday. Look at the volume. And what's today's from? Is this so far this the super spazzy volume and price action that I think is covering is or rolling over, whatever it is, hasn't happened today. I think this has just been kind of FOMO actually, probably today so far. And probably retail and stuff. So 10:30. Yesterday was at 10:50. And that midday obligation. Start a game ramp, not a squeeze, but a ramp. Above maxing some market make exposure is officially in the danger territory. The danger zone. Almost 1K. 1,000, 145, 150 put spreads? Like long? That's bearish. Ask side is falling apart. Don't fall apart. Hmm. Was that one chart that guy was one TA guy was he was looking at it logarithmically, and he was putting GME like right, I think right here, compared to last year. There, yeah. Oh, he no, he was also looking at the divergence. Look at that really quick on the weekly. Oh, here and here. Maybe, yeah. This is much more stretched out though. But we do have that same divergence on the weekly. Here and here. Well, that would be neat. All right, IPO. That's weird. Hmm. Moon Pirate, are you on stream? If you fell through. Thanks, Don. Dude, I can't believe they dropped their marketplace too. May roll. Ugh. See. May roll at 125. Do that? Showing a debit for me still. $120 is also a debit. $115 is a credit. Maybe I can, let me see, because maybe if I just force it to do a credit on here. I don't know. I'm not sure how it's even getting that. So I'm the range. Yeah, I'm ALLG and reverb. SPAC. Halt. For who they're merging with. Buy up there. Yeah, it's maybe close on the 125. Just huge spreads, huh? Yeah, on the 125 it's close. So basically, I can change it to a credit and try and just get minimal amount. Something like that. For some reason the 120 even 25 has more premium. Yeah, so it's automatically saying net debit because I think the midpoint's positive 20 cents. So I could flip that around and I guess just change it to credit and try and get a fill at the credit, basically. ALLG does EV charging. Yeah, I could send one. Yeah, I mean I could probably get that filled. Let's see, 125 next May. I think I want to roll that far out. I'm gonna check it when if GME rips. Because I don't think this is necessarily going away right now. We've been consolidating, so I'm gonna see if it changes much if we get a rip up or even a rip down. I only have 5 of these to do, so well, that's actually not true. I've actually have 7. 5 on this account. 1 on Weeble, and then 1 on TD. $125 is not bad though. That's much higher, and that'd make the play positive if I did just let him go for that. That's probably, that might be a support at some point. holding them nicely, but no, volume's just tapering. I think if we weren't in SLD, instead of it being like this, we'd be getting shorted down. 150. Yep, we gotta see that midday volume kick in. Yeah, next kind of zone would be in that 150 range, which seems like it could be a possibility. Yeah, overall it's a good volume. Yeah, it's true. 11 million today. That's crazy. Where are the shares coming from? Yeah, yesterday's total was 15 million. So today, I mean, we're on track to do much more. That's true. Yeah, it's probably still gonna rip. Big volume, big green, nice consolidation. It's probably still gonna rip. 150 might be conservative. Get rid of that. Do a little fibbers. Well, there you go. Get the 38.2% retractment, man. That's 144. And looks like support was right here at that 23.6 or 120. I'm gonna lock this thing down, I think. 236 would be 100. 145, yeah, 165. Weeble. You wouldn't want your shares to be green? I got a long ways to go for my shares to be green on my E-Trade account. For sure. Flipped bearish on the MACD. Got 1 minute for that MACD to finish. It is above VWAP though. VWAP, this is very solid price action though. Nice consolidation. Um, seeing credit for May 130s. Oh yeah, IPO, you should be seeing credit for chat on stream if you don't mind, because I'm trying not to go back and forth a lot. The ones you were rolling, you have a much higher strike, so you should be able to see credit. What is your strike actually, IPO? Because you might even want to just try and roll the weeklies, because you could probably get a credit even for that. Consolidation is key, 100%. I kind of feels like we're cheating though on SLD day, but hopefully not. Been a hard few months. Five-year ROI from mid-30s down to 20s. That is a bad data point. 115. Oh, you're IPO. 115s and you're trying to roll. Yeah, the thing is you open yours up about the same time, so you got crushed on that, all that IV coming in. But I would see what you can roll for next week. See, for me, I can't even get a credit for next week and roll up. That's part of the reason I'm looking out at May. If I can, I probably will. I'd like to get more than $1 or two, but I don't know. I don't know what brokerage you use, but on Fidelity, it automatically sets if it's a debit or a credit just based on the numbers. But what I'm doing, so see this, the midpoint, 2400 in credit. Why is that saying? Oh yeah, the 125 is actually way more for some reason. So look, the midpoint on this one's a debit, but it's only 25 cents. You can actually just change it, and then I could do like a 0.01 even, just for a tiny credit, just for, you know, to be able to roll it over. And I could try and get that filled. So I'm kind of looking at it just naturally how it moves around, but then also keeping in mind what it's actually pulling the credit or debit from. Because if the midpoint's close, then it might be close to being a, you know, a credit, not a debit, basically. So if I look at April 1, I don't even think I can do on a spike. If we get a spike, which I'm not watching, but if we get a spike, I might be able to. This is a debit. I can't roll up to 109. I can't roll up to 108, which roll to 108, which seems kind of insane. Seems like it's broken, but gotta quit looking at it. Don't look at it. My long term, I don't even like to look at. It's like we might break VWAP here to the downside. Not sure. MACD did flip bearish. Just grabbing that. This 5-minute candle. It looks so steady though, but I wouldn't mind a little gap fill at least. $115s. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, nice consolidation today. Thing is, to get this RSI lower, you kind of have to just come down. I mean, eventually, I think it'll level out if you just consolidate heavy, but it'll take a while. See, like here you can see it consolidated and it brought the RSI down. But on the hourly, that could be days. Yeah, it hit like right at that 38.2. That's literally the top 144. That's crazy. See what it does under VWAP here. And I'm curious how the roll will look in downward pressure. Yeah, there's definitely still some premium. When breakout? I don't know. Maybe that 130-ish margin call time. We'll see. Might have a little gap fill here though. It looks like it wants to come down. It's like they know it. It's like they know my DCA. Oh, you're using Fidelity also? Oh, word. You're probably not using the browser though. I didn't like their active trader. I guess if you're on mobile or something. I think Fidelity gets pretty good fills. Seems like. Yeah, what is the IV on stuff? 230%. Yep, had a big bump in IV. Okay, I'm closing one of my. Okay, so I closed one of my spreads. Well, the short leg of it. Sorry, the long leg. So it made the short leg a covered call. But it's a 165. Um, should be all right. So, I mean, I can of course roll it too. The execution is solid. Yeah, Moon Pirate, you asked me on Discord. I would take some profits for sure. Always, that's what I just did, and leave some on the table. But weeklies, take a lot of exposure off on weeklies. You can always add into like next week, higher strike. The only profits I'm really taking though are sketchy because you're giving me covered calls again. All right, I'll wait. I'll wait to do more. It was a joke. It was a joke, man. Sports snacks and stocks. Consolidating nice. You feel a big ramp coming in. Yeah, maybe. It looks like we want to fill this gap first, though, which I'm happy to oblige. A gap fill. Kind of a far way down there, I guess. So maybe not, but this candle looks like, and this and that looks like it might want to. There you go, Moon Pirate. This is the way. Yeah, and if you got PDT, if your account's under 25K, you can always leg into options if you don't want to sell them. So open up another option instead of closing. Good trick if you have a PDT account. Don, how could you possibly be watching other tickers right now? Okay, let's look at it. Ooh. Energy pumping again today? Yeah, Cleveland Cliffs. This looks like the SPY volume is low today. Look at that 5 minute though. I guess that's kind of normal. Literally just the first five. That was a huge amount of volume the first 5 minutes. Not that normal. Opportunist. And you can ask for one PD reset. Is that the good faith violation? Yep. Or maybe that's something different. I got a couple good faiths. I guess in bad faith. What I see coming from GameStop, this whole thing, people want, oh, fair markets, this, yeah. Uh, I see probably more restrictions on retail traders, like retail not being able to trade options. That's kind of like the outcome I see from all of this. If it does continue, if GameStop does cause some sort of market crash from it squeezing, and it might already be in the works of them not letting retail trade options or restricting it more from what GameStop has already done. And not to say that it's retail's fault, of course, it's not our fault, but I'm just saying to being hasty to try and get new laws and regulations definitely backfire. To protect this, yes, it's for your own safety. Just keep enough value. Yeah, just make more money and put it in. Easy. Um, yeah, why can't they? They could say you need your schedule, what is it? Your type 29, I don't know. That test done to trade options. It's like, I don't know, it's like trading after hours or something. We can trade after hours, but uh not all brokerages allow it. We can't trade on certain exchanges from certain I mean, there's lots of limitations. And so, yeah, they could definitely limit it more to make sure this doesn't happen again, because that is dangerous for them. Easy. Daily cash accounts don't have PDT restrictions. Oh yeah, you don't get PDT on cash accounts. I don't think on any brokerage. But then you have to wait for the settles, so it's basically the same thing. Change margin requirements for option trading. Yeah, and there's a lot of different ways that could restrict it more for retail. Like you have to pass a test. Yeah, you have to have a certain account balance, kind of like a PDT type thing. You can't trade options unless you have 50,000 in your account or something, or you passed this test. Yes, more rules, more regulations, because that is what we need. Better make your money with GME. Yeah, this honestly might be the, I mean, this probably be the last time this ever happens, if it does end up happening in a crazy big way. I don't see it happening again. It will not be allowed. And it maybe it's already happened to where it won't be allowed from January. I don't know. I'm still quite hopeful that it can still happen, but you know, yeah. More time they have, the more they can finagle stuff. Remember, say cash account. Yeah, like Robinhood does that. You have a cash account, but margin for settlement. True. We care want to change margin requirement for short period and more reporting. Away with work. I don't think I like your sarcastic tone with that. You margin. They're constantly changing margin requirements. Are you talking about for options? The margin requirements on options? Not that I'm aware of. But as far as margin requirements for getting shares or options on margin, they're changing them. Yeah, they can change. Yeah, they can change at any moment. Trust me, I know. I'm in and out of margin calls on Fidelity when it was dipping low. I actually got a margin call when GME ripped 9% up for some reason, but then when it dropped back down, I wasn't. So they're Yeah, they're they're screwing with the margin all the time. Well, I'm happy that it's actually settling down. This is giving us time to uh, consolidate and position if anyone thinks the move is only just beginning. I know I am because my exposure, a lot of it expired this week, and it was so down that I decided to leg into it. Um, yeah, actually, yeah. Let me look at TradingView a little bit. I like to use their ruler. Weeble probably has it too, actually, but yeah, maybe. Anybody have a ruler on Weeble? What's not to love? They wanted a stake margin to short percent. It was automatic. They were essentially protected from over shorting. Huh. Yeah, I guess that would be good. That probably wouldn't really affect retail, right? Or no, I guess, yeah, I guess that could. Oh, stake margin to short percent. I mean, the short percent is self-reported. Yeah. I don't know. All right, have we consolidated long enough? Crazy seeing GME with like full candles and candle bodies and stuff and not gaps. Bullish on the 1 minute. We're building like a little inverse head and shoulders here. Oh, here's a V pattern. Volumes. It's still solid. I remember spending yesterday. Feeling cute. Gonna buy yet another 100,000. See, I don't think that caused a whole lot of price action, honestly. Let me pull up. Can someone grab that filing or whatever that showed his time? And or is it somewhere on Discord? I didn't see it on here. I'll check. Let me see. Showing his time of buys and the amounts. If it was on Discord. Yeah, I mean he helped. He helped it, but yeah, he stopped buying around this range. So, but this volume was much more than his 100,000, and this was the argument I had earlier. Computer share buys are roughly 40,000 a day. So I don't know why he would keep buying on the lit exchange. I mean, I guess I don't know why he did it in the first place. Was it just to rip the stock price up? That's just what we were assuming, but who knows? Or he's dropping some EA. Never mind, third time worked. Hmm. Got first Corey. Yes. Oh, is this back? Yeah, this is what I was showing. Yeah, on the weekly. Yeah, this was 62% drop top to bottom in 2020, 69% in 2022, 151% bottom to top in 2020, or 51% in 2022 be 195. I like that. I like that analysis. Daily now, funny enough, 151% put us in a very similar position to the 200 moving average. One of those West Christian interviews, he mentioned that he was one of the. Oh, really? Large ton of money. Place orders and track them to find violations. That's crazy. Um, did we talk about that? Yeah, we looked at that already on stream. Just this weekly divergence that happened back here. Excuse me. So we had it here. Lower low, higher low on the RSI. Right? Lower, higher, lower. And it ripped. I think this is the time frame he was talking about, and then how much it ripped. And we're seeing that again. Here and here. And he's hypothesizing to bring us up to 180, or no, he said 200 on a daily. 200, there it is. 200 on the daily at 166. They're talking about 195. Talking about weekly. Not weekly. Oh, very similar position to the 200 moving average. The time frame on here, those are all 1 day. HIMX? Get out. Yeah, the chart looks nice. Oh, yeah, I like that daily too. Uh, A whole lot of liquidity there. Hmm. B12 most active. I might look at that. The chain on my E-Trade. While GME is chilling. I don't know if I'd get a weekly. Weekly's got 483 open interest, 1.1 thousand volume. IV's only 109% on it. Hasn't made a huge move yet. The volume, well, I guess yesterday it picked up on here a little bit. That's good. All right, all right. I'll look at next week though. Yeah, the IV is low. This isn't really semiconductors. Taiwan. Not a very big mover, I don't think. Kind of. Got divergence on the RSI there too. You want to play hardball? I'm game. Name that movie. Name it. Good call, Donero. I entered a play. Got April 1st, 12.5 calls. Look at the float, 173 million. So we're still thinking it's gonna run to 180, debating on selling 10 shares and buying 150, 155 for April 14th. How's the ranch life, Joshua? Are you talking about selling shares to buy options? How much time? Fire, you caught it. Legit. How much time do you have on those shares? I mean, that's something I've never done, but I could see the draw and I could see the benefit at times. If you've got some time on those shares, though, it might not be worth it if this is the squeeze, because long-term to short-term cap gains could be significant if you're in the millions of dollars. Why are we selling 135 at the moment? Let me think. It's 12 million, but it's tapering volume, right? It's still coming down, so it's good overall volume, but I guess just historically today, it's lower. It's coming lower. Historical relativity. Yeah, historical relativity. That's kind of interesting, actually. What's 8305? Almost a divergence there. This is good. This is good consolidation. So, falling is quite all right. Don't sell shares to buy. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but we got multiple. Hey, I hope both of you guys thumbs up, you lurkers. Coming out of the woodworks, telling people how to sell shares to buy options. Not been good to you? Trying to turn it around? Alright, Joshua. Are you shorts still covering today? I haven't seen any signs of shorts covering today, but I don't know. I'm kind of an idiot, so. You went 12.5, 4, 1. That's what I got. Yeah, went 12.5, 4, 1. The IV is nice and low on those. It's like it's not a big mover, but it does move sometimes. You guys are probably just right. The FOMO's getting to me, man. All these cows aren't putting out milk. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Joshua. I know what you mean, man. Maybe it's about half a cost. Yeah, it seems pretty good on that HIMX play. Is there a catalyst for this move? Not really. What I see. Oh, Chinese stocks in general. Maybe this is ripping with those. Those have been making big moves lately. Maybe this is just moving with those. Yeah, DD still looks solid. I don't want to even play some of these. Pinduo. I don't even know what the PDD, there it is. Duo. I missed 10% on this one today. Yeah, I wonder if it's just going with those. I think my wish shares are up. If you wish upon. Hard to even see what's going on. It's so far down there. Yeah, wish could make a move. Birds. Can't believe this thing just collapsed from earnings. Of course it would. Of course. Cloves, 5%. Norman, pumped. Didi Dada Baba. Yeah. I wanted to keep exposure on this. Did I actually move it to the long term? Maybe I did. No, I was planning on it. I think I had to fund the GME monster. I had to sell my clove position. I want to take another one. Hasn't had a really big move yet, but it's been nice grind up. Root is up. So that's interesting. Chinese stocks are ripping. Wonder if this is front running our market crashing or coming down at least. It is anymore. 250. No, they've kind of gone up together. That's interesting. So SPY, if today closes about like it is, then there's a pretty big divergence there from back here. Tesla. Should have stayed in that trade. I let someone on Discord shake me out of some plays. Shouldn't have done it. I feel like I'm pretty good at not letting that happen, but I let it happen. Think there's another pinch and more shorting after or a squeeze? It's a good question. We don't, I mean, we don't have, it's just all guesses, right? We don't have any idea, but based on guessing, I would say this looks like a setup for a squeeze more than we've had during any of the pinches. So that is a guess, but that would be my guess. But this squeeze, I mean, to me, the squeeze has started. We've been in the squeeze since back here, right? Since it was right here. I think this is when the squeeze started. So 8/2020. The peak of the squeeze, kind of the top, the very top where it's insane. That this might be the run from it. Basically, like this is maybe the low, the all-time low, or not the all-time, but the lowest we'll see on GME. But the peak of the squeeze could be starting now. That peak could take 2 weeks to get to, it could take months, it could take years. It could be a Tesla type peak. But it's setting up to me to seem like more so than we've had before. You know, Tesla's a nice one to look at to see kind of a long-term type squeeze and how it kind of keeps squeezing back and forth. You bring this thing back, you kind of need to look at it even on the weekly chart. We'll take it post that. This is a long time consolidating somewhat, like 2 years. Big dip there. But then I think this was kind of a squeeze right here. Consolidated for a very long time. Yeah, really it's actually up here more. So these are weekly candles. So this is 2019. You could say that was a squeeze. 2020. This lasted 3, 4 or 5 months. I know I closed out of my Tesla. It wasn't a huge play, but it would have been nicer to make more on it. So this was 5 months. This is probably a good thing to look at. So kind of had this first initial squeeze. Everyone's hyped. Then it consolidates high for weeks, 6 weeks, and then each week after that. This was, let's see, January 2020. And then it shorted back down. I mean, there's a huge move, 193 all the way back down to 75. So then it kind of wasn't probably squeezing, and then maybe a little bit here, a little bit there. This I think was this move right here. One of these was a share split that kind of caused another squeeze. I think that was right here. So, I mean, this might be what GME is going to do in the longer term, where it just has a huge short interest and it just kind of squeezes through it, and then it's overvalued, which many could say GME is. At this price, maybe not, but if we're trading flat at 500 or 600 or even 300 a share, you know, just like they said, Tesla was overvalued for so many years, and it was, and it still is, but it grew into its valuation, which, you know, GME could do that, and I think they are. They've already raised 1.8 billion from retail and are introducing all sorts of new products and basically changing the whole system. So changing the whole game. And yeah, so they could grow into their valuation no matter what the share price is. That said, the market, it's got to be in a supportive market for that to happen. Tesla doing all those moves. A lot of it was in a pretty bullish market. Money was much looser. Not all of it, but definitely some of it. Getting a little pop here. Above VWAP. Looks like volume picked up a little bit. Yep. I'm long on I've tested my long term. KJC. Buy bearish. I'd say bearish, bearish signal. So basically, this RSI here is lower than this RSI here, but this price is higher than this price. So it's setting up for a bearish reversal basically. But it depends on today, because this, if today brings this RSI up higher, then this isn't the peak. Kind of looking for the peaks, right? So, yeah. And it had its 3 white knight move. Hard to know how long that will last, how far up it'll take it. But now that it's starting to set that up, it seems like it's nearing the top at least. But it, again, it depends on today what happens. See the fibbies on here. So maybe a little more up to 452. I don't know. Maybe we'll see that today or tomorrow. Me is following the same cycle. Earnings were expected to be late this week or early next week. Right. The shorts, I don't think they have the flexibility to change their whole algo and their whole rolling forward and all that, rolling positions. I don't think they can just change it on a whim like that. So yeah, I think he was purposeful. It's following the same cycle. You know, and like I said, there's a lot of differences with what we have set up here than what we had on these pinches. And I wouldn't say January was necessarily even part of the cycle, but some of it probably was. But yeah, it could be another cycle. It's definitely different than these for a lot of obvious reasons. The chart is in a totally different place. The move is different. The timing of it's different. We've never had a pinch after earnings. It's always been before and then shorted into earnings and shorted after earnings. What else are food stamps? Best shares in the Boomer folio. Yeah. 250 get short back to 130 next week. Maybe. Yeah, the 3 white knight moves, that's like a very strong candlestick pattern, isn't it? I'm not really looking for those, but I think it is. SPY kind of did it right here. I don't know if you could call this part of it since there was a gap there, but like it there. And then Tesla definitely did it. Yeah, I mean, this I don't see divergence here on Tesla anywhere, so who knows? This thing might keep grinding up to, I don't know, pretty overbought on the hourly. Morning games on my doorstep, a couple hours. Yep, they're getting aggressive. They're getting aggressive in the long term, long time frame, right? Because it's not getting good EPS numbers on earnings. They're going for building a customer base, and that's the long game for sure. Good customer base, word of mouth, it spreads, and people are like, oh, I want to buy the stock. Institutions, it's definitely a long game. Hi, coffee house. Why there's this 140 with volume? Well, the volume's been tapering. If it was increasing and we stayed here, that would be unusual. But it's just consolidating, which is a good thing. We still are very overbought on the hourly, on a lot of time frames, 4 hour. Daily, we're still fine. Yeah, at this point, it doesn't look like anything's happening so far, but it's holding up, so it's not stuff people aren't selling basically. But there's no shorts that are recovering right now that I can see. But we'll see. I mean, midday sometimes is oftentimes when GME gets its action. So yesterday it happened in the morning, which was unusual. I think a lot of that could have been part of RC buying it, I guess. But this happening, it's hard to know if this volume and all this price action would have happened if RC didn't do this anyways or not. So I guess today we're kind of seeing if this repeats again, this afternoon move. That wasn't till, yeah, that's 12:30. So that's kind of the next, I guess, time frame we could look for. The first one was this one, which we're kind of past that. We're consolidating past that. Now I'd say probably 12:30. Which is good. Get rid of your puts. Well, my puts are bullish actually, so I don't know if I want to get rid of my bullish plays at this point. I do have one bearish play, but it's basically worthless now, so no reason for me to sell it. I could. I've been looking at show you guys. So my other issue is this one, this 109. If I did the opposite, I would have made 2200% on the play. And then Weeble, but yeah, I'll roll them on all of them. My Weeble and my TD shares, I think I bought the earliest, so I'm wanting to hold those maybe. Anyways, Fidelities, I bought the latest. E-Trades, I was thinking about trading, but I don't know. HIMX is cooling off. Got a little ways to go down to VWAP. We'll see though, this might be a good play. Chart looks nice. Maybe I'll scale into it some more when it comes down. Clove also. Borrow rate only goes up. No, it can go down. They're 20,000 borrowed at 4 points. So it's interesting if those are actually being used and it's holding up, right? That's kind of a big deal. They're borrowing all these shares and it is beautiful consolidation. So 9.1% on iBorrow, 70,000. But yeah, they've borrowed some. Let's see. About rolling. Look at that May again. $115, I get a credit. Was I getting a credit at 120 before? Oh, 125. Yeah, that's so strange. Must be IV on 125 for whatever reason is way higher. Because 120, it's a big debit, and at 125, just more premium on that strike. It's stuck. Still there. I might try one. I'd try one. See if I can roll one of these. One. It filled. Okay, I'm scared. Enter another one. See. All right, so I rolled one of those. Let's see if I can show you guys. Fidelity's kind of. So I could maybe try and get more credit on the next one. I don't know. So I rolled My short call, my 108 short call on GME. I had 5. I rolled 1. Not showing up here. I rolled 1 to 125 for May, or basically break even. Puts on OCGN. Or if I should roll all of them. 125 might seem silly low in like a week or two. But I mean, that'll be a good trade for those because I bought those around 90. So even if I did just let them go. Okay, now it's showing up. Here it is. So here's the 108. I have 4 of these left. They're down 2,300%. I could buy to close them for 12,400. Or I could let it expire, and they'd take my shares at $108 strike. Instead of doing that, I bought to close 1 of the 5. I sold to open 125 call for May 20th. So the options basically time is money. So I gave them more time, they gave me money. Donro's pulling the clove. The clove call. Oh, hopping up there. GME's also. Is it time? Time to average in. Volume doing. Another little volume spike. Not bad. Break even. So I did the 145, 175 call debit spread on GME for next Friday. Break even on it's 151, so it's kind of aggressive, but I want another one. I'll buy one more. See if I can get a cheeky fill here. I like that the volume, that 1 minute volume picked up a little bit. It's higher than it's been. Good signs. No cheeky buy-in. Okay, I filled. I got it. Okay, I got 3 of those now. It's already become a big position. How did that happen so fast? Because it's expensive, these premiums are. Okay, max gain on it's 7 grand. It's just not as big a percentage of moves. And I need 176 for that. So here it is. 145, 175 by next Friday. Maybe some put credit spreads. Get me stuck with a put credit spread again. DFE's brother saw the video. I did. I saw that video. Yep, that's awesome. It's kind of hard to see him on my phone, but yeah, looked like him for sure. There is a gamma ramp. Yep, we could be in a gamma squeeze this week and going into next week, I think. It can only run fast so long before it has to consolidate. So once it's consolidated long enough, it can continue to go. And it looks like it's maybe consolidated long enough. We'll see. With volume increasing, green price action, it's looking like it wants to run. We've got our fibs. Okay, actually, when it's running, I want to check fidelity and see if I can roll. You're welcome, Coffee House. Thanks for stopping by for a Coffee House chat. Make sure to drop a thumbs up, and a sub, and a notification. There we go. Pop, pop, pop. That's good volume. You can see by the candlestick. There you go. I'm gonna check these rolls. See what happens at this. So this is the pre-market, I think, right? Isn't that the line I put? Yeah, that's a pre-market high right there. Actually, no, it's 148, but the candle body was at 144. So I'm kind of looking for that as a resistance. See if it blows through it or what. Definitely looking like it wants to set up for a move. It can halt. Head like every day. I appreciate that. So circuit breaker halts. Certain criteria needs to be met. It's not really something you want, actually. The halting was implemented. Was it 2008? That's kind of a new thing. They did that to basically slow down a move, whether it's halting to the upside or the downside, to stop basically FOMOing and making emotional decisions. So I mean, it's fine. It's just more restrictions, more regulations on our freedom in this free trade market that we have. But it's for our own protection. But yeah, you don't really want that. You want a nice smooth move up where people can buy in at their leisure. Buying at your leisure. We are also inversing SPY a little bit here. Let's see here. Can I roll to 109? Oh. No. Yeah, for some reason the May contracts are kind of juiced up. April, what? Now it's saying the midpoint, if I roll to that 125, is $1. I don't even know if I could get a credit right now. Could roll 115 for fatty credit. Remember March 10th, 340 to 170? Yep. I think it halted on the way down there a couple times. Loading up prog calls. Happy for you, Moon Pirate. Sen has made a pretty big move too. This chart looks kind of interesting. It actually looks really bullish. But it's overbought. Oh, RSI divergence possibly forming there too. Kodak, man. So many things moving. It's such a repeat of what we had before when GME moved. GME it's starting to move up here. It's not exploding like it looked like it was going to, but increasing volume and green price action. We just broke through that kind of support that we'd been building for a bit, or that resistance. There it goes. Popped through it. Popped through that resistance. Extended hours The top of that wick is 148. There's a fib level right here, though. Day traders, for the most part, I feel like are done by 1140. Not to say that they don't. There's some that don't still stay in there. It didn't like that resistance. Tesla is their hedge. Could be. Seems like it is. Should I roll another one? I don't know what to do. No, the halts aren't to protect market makers, Donra. They're to protect retail, so that we don't do something we shouldn't irrationally. To scam retail. Yeah, pretty much. So it didn't break out there, but which isn't maybe a good sign. But it definitely still could. Still looks like it wants to. Yeah, they're looking out for your best interest. That's right. Don, what should I do? Should I roll? Should I roll to that? I can get that May 125, and it's basically even. If we do come back down, I feel like 125 is probably 120. This range would probably be a support. Yeah, didn't want to do that. Once it breaks that, though, it breaks that 145 range. A lot of potential for the upside move. Actually, not too much. Like just another. Probably move up to these 160 area. It's pretty big, actually. That's quite huge. And that's probably coming very soon. I should probably get more of these contracts. We've got bullish on the MACD on the 5-minute, green over the 9. This might just be a little window of time where it's saying, hey, if you want more, now's your time. So that's what I see it telling me. This is your chance. Don't blow it. Okay. Okay, got more. Okay, I got more. I just got one more. If you can roll even, it might be worth it. Tough to tell, but a drop is not out of the question that weekend. Yeah, but that drop wouldn't come down to my 109s. I don't think. Wait to roll at 160 on the horizon. I don't know if it's better to wait to roll. I'm rolling a short call I'm talking about. No, I can. I'm not sure what 145 question is. I bought more, yeah, 145, 175 call debit spread. For, let's see, April 1. April Fools. Let me see. But yeah, coming down to 125. But that's not till May, so what this thing's doing. With GME starting to move here. It's actually gotten worse so far. GME looks like it's about to break. Might explode. Yep, kind of exploding a little bit. Volume. Just broke through that. Here we go. Should have bought more. Boom. It doesn't have a whole lot of room to run though, because the move from down here, at least on the RSI, like it can run, but it's already hot on the 5-minute. There's not a whole lot of resistance up until like that. Looking at here. Yeah, it could move up $10 from here pretty easy, I feel like. And it looks like it wants to. Hmm. How far Jamie run in total? I don't know. If this is the squeeze, I think we could see 5 figures. If this is just a pinch, who knows? Just look for these resistances. I mean, the next one is really this 150. If we consolidate here, then it'll probably keep going past that, or it'll blow past it and not really consolidate there. Then this is another resistance, 167, and then the big levels are these prior peaks, right? So 230-ish on that one, 250 on that one. Look for those levels. If we go through those, then the big one, another big one's at 350. Those are, I mean, if we broke that, that'd be huge. And then of course the last one up here is 43. If we broke that, I think 1200 is the next target on the fib level. And then the moon. Yep, Jimmy broke through. Little pop. Roll it now. I mean, why? So let's see. Yeah. So it. Wonder if they just changed that strike. Because yeah, now I can't roll to that 125 for credit. It's weird. I think according to Professor, and I think I've noticed this too, on when it's popping up, it's typically easier to roll, but I probably have to find the right strike at the right date to figure out. Maybe next week's are getting juiced up. I don't know. Let me see. No, I can't even roll for credit for next week. Yeah, for whatever reason that may it's not really breaking out. Pretty slow, pretty mellow. Not a whole lot of volumes coming in. Had a little bit, but nothing crazy yet. Another chance to buy more is what I'm thinking. Totally forgot. Hit 200 a day? It's possible, sure. Totally forgot to pin the Discord. In the description, but I know that's so difficult to go read. So I should look at some weeklies. I don't know. I like to definitely crush it Friday and oftentimes Thursday. Let's see what days. This was Friday. It was Thursday. This was Wednesday. It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That was that one. This one was very unique. This was Friday and this was Monday. Very unusual. For GME at least. This was on a Tuesday, of course. GME's known for Tuesdays and Wednesdays. This one's tough because it's really choppy up here, but Monday, there's Big Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and of course Friday. Back to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait, is there a holiday in there? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, that was a holiday. That Friday was off. This was Monday and that was Tuesday. So yeah, historically, Tuesdays, Wednesdays are the strongest. Broke through that, sick. And sometimes Thursdays are good. Fridays are almost never good. Had one good Friday. They trade weeklies all morning. They're doing well. Spreads aren't bad, but volatility's crazy. I'm not doing that. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can do well with your scalping technique. Yeah, I can't get a credit now on that 125. 120 is getting close. I should have done them all. Hmm. Broke out of there nicely. It's overbought. Volume picked up a little bit, but nothing crazy yet. I mean, the overall volume on the day is definitely good. 15 million. Clove. Clove was looking pretty poppy earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Popo. HIMX also looked like actually wanted to. Oh, it started to. It's holding up nice. It's kind of a weak breakout. Scalp works, but you have to build a plan stick to it if you can't. Yeah. Yeah, stop losses and probably percentage gains to get out. Yep. I am not doing that today. But yeah, I can see where the plan would work. With IV so high, I don't like it. Catches me out. And run has been solid ripper since we bought into it. Been a nice grind up. I thought I had shares of it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't have shares of it anymore. Is Rocket making a move today? Oh. Spy squeezing instead. Don't want to fill that gap. Maybe run up to that 452. Whoa. News just come out? Like some data or some. Oh, is Powell talking today actually? I forgot. I think he's on today. Max volume. Sorry. Yeah. Yep, you're the only one. Just kidding. Yeah, I kind of sometimes just get away from the mic and mumble. What price will I start selling? I don't have a certain price target. I guess I'm just looking for momentum using TA and support and resistance. GME kind of broke out. Yeah, it's a little kind of weak, but it's breaking out. A slow breakout. UVIG's going down. Oh no, maybe that was it. I saw this volume on SPY. SPY started to pop around. I don't know. It's like some kind of data came out. Not sure what it was. Something's affecting the SPY though. Yeah, yesterday. Nice. Oh, there it goes. Come on. There it is. Pretty tempered though. So far at least. Here's 150. There's 150. Exploding through 150. I might roll one up 109 next week. I can do that for about break even. Ooh, 110. 11. I'll try 111. All right, I have an order for 111 for next week. Yeah, BBY, I think definitely can make a big move. I have one leap. I plan on averaging into it. Let's see here. If today ends up like this on BBBY, though, this is a RSI divergence here. So it might cool off for a bit. We also have one here on the hourly. Now it's starting to move down. Yeah, I'm gonna wait before I get into that anymore. GME plus 20% today. So sick. Yep, 150 psychological for sure. It's so hot on the 5-minute. Consolidating just below that 150. Hourly's hot too. I don't know if I should hold these plays after today. Closing out one of my calls. That engulfing candle is, see how it ends. Okay, closed out one. So now I have another covered call at 165. It just gained a lot of premium on those 160s, it breaking out of that 150 range. Yeah, BBY, yep. No, you're fine, Bungie. I rolled one. That's a pretty good resistance right there. I rolled one. I was able to get a May one. I didn't want to do all of them. I rolled one for May. I received as little credit, basically even. And now I have an order. I'm trying to roll. I'm gonna roll for next week up to 111. Not sure if it's gonna fill. Engulfing candle and pretty good volume. It's maybe not good. I'm gonna close another oh, not 11. Things are jumping all over the place. Okay, I closed another one, so now I have another short call of 165. I've got two left that I can close. Oh, it's moving down. SPY's moving down too. I didn't even notice. So that could be part of the reason that it's getting rejected now. There's probably some news on SPY. Let me see what's going on here. Market's reacting to something. Yeah, I'm not hearing any news. Some news on Didi. Something with China news, maybe. Yeah, I think that pulled down GME. Been a while since we've seen that happen, like a day or two. Let's see what happens back at VWAP. Yeah, I don't know what caused this up and down. Volume came in, that little pop, and then GME moving, being that sensitive to the SPY moves, though, to me is not a good sign. As far as GME being, I guess, yeah, it needs to be able to, whatever algo moves it with SPY, it needs to break free from that. People close for lunch. Let's close all our positions, close all our longs. See how that affected our fidelity. I cancel it. Kind of want that 125 back now. 25 roll. Let's see. Next, I can turn my gain up a little bit. I adjusted my volume up slightly, so caution. I can only get off this call so I could hear. Need some closed captioning. Can you not do closed captioning? Sometimes you can. Maybe my channel's not big enough for that kind of fancy moves. I need to get a mic mount. Just have it on the stand. Okay, rolling. May. I might put an order in for May. Just hope it fills some point. coming up. Yeah, it's kind of following the SPY though. This, I don't know. That's doesn't seem. We haven't needed the SPY to make any moves on GME. So without volume coming in from covering, it's fine. If it just holds up here, that'd be sick. But as far as us ripping, yeah, I'm not as confident with it. I've just got the Blue Yeti. I got it used like 5 years ago. Surprised it even works. Breakthrough 150 today. We did. We hit 150.93. Another 25 borrow from Fidelity. Yeah, I just checked that actually. 9.1% still. So MACD hasn't flipped bearish on the 5-minute. That's good. See if what happens if it comes back down to VWAP. Somehow those 145, 175 spreads I got into, I somehow got $2,600 worth. I don't know. I don't know. They're expensive. So expensive. Break even though, it is a pretty safe spread though. Break even's 151 on it. So but there's no guarantee we'll be there by Friday. That's actually next Friday too. I've got a lot of time. A lot of time. Got a whole week. I'm making this movement for short-term price movement for the rest of the week. What do you mean? Rest of this week? Well, we just looked at historically GME. GME's moves are on Tuesday, right? That's been like the biggest move day. And so far that's holding true. Yesterday was Tuesday. This is the biggest move we've seen so far. Wednesday is a close second probably to big moves. Thursday we've had some, but Thursday and Friday especially, are usually not as good a moves. So hard to know if this is going to play out the same like that or not. But if you're a gambling man, hold them all the way. But I've taken some profits today, and I've also actually bought quite a bit today, like I just said, which maybe I should get rid of. But because today's move, I think we could keep going. I'm kind of, maybe not. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised at how it reacted with the SPY right here. Not a very good sign. And then when it broke out, it kind of failed in a way. If we don't, I mean, no way to know if we're going to start seeing covering and volume come in. That will be our price action. That's what happened yesterday. But yesterday it started at like 10:30. But typically it's not till like afternoon, like 12:31. So if we don't start seeing it around then, too, might start trimming more, especially for holding up. This, I mean, that's pretty good to hold up like this. But that could be from the SLD period too. So kind of cheating. So yeah, yesterday actually, yeah, I guess it started at 12:30. My bad. So yeah, I like to see what happens at 12:30 basically. 12:30 to like 2. But the holding up part is very impressive. Yeah, those 106 or 160 calls. Those things are making wild moves today. Are these ones? Well, I don't. These are ones maybe a striker scalping. Look at that this morning. Wow. $1.71 this morning. That was a 10x play right there. It was 1,000%er. $1 to 1,000, or $1 to 100 rather. From that, from open till whatever time that was, 9:30. Come back down, made another swing right here. I wish I was looking at that earlier. I wasn't even thinking about legging back out and turning it into a covered call. Those actually would have been huge. At 13 of them, 13K this morning. They're still up 100%. Can't believe I legged into that. Dash for trash today. AMC at 21. I don't know, man. I'm not really following AMC. Looks like it's trying to catch up with GME right now, though. It was lagging for a while. Yeah. Kind of setting up a divergence here. The RSI. Not sure if that move's going to keep going. Peloton is even up today. What a day to be in the market. On my Peloton. While I'm trading. Birds! Birds! Do it, birds! Like it's going to. See if I can sell some calls on those birds. Sell some of those bird calls. Let's see. Spy week up here actually? No, it's not. See what happens at 12:30. He wants to come back to VWAP 138. So I have on birds, I've got 5 birds. Got 5 short 5 calls. 20 of those. So illiquid, it's so hard to move in and out of options. Oh yeah, I had an order for 40, it only filled 20. I've got long calls. See if I can sell some more prim. Norman, I rolled 1 on my Fidelity to that May. I was able to get it filled. And then I put an order out to roll for next week to like 111, 110. I was reaching with my price though. So now I just have an order for the one, or what do I have? I think I have the order back out for the one. Yeah, I have an order back out for 125. So for May, we'll see if that happens. But it actually ripping up was making it worse. So I'll probably just settle with that 125 for May. See what happens. Roll this to May, get a credit, 125. Yeah, that's the strike I rolled too. Basically for even. But you should be able to get more of a credit than me. I haven't looked at just the options chain to see. For some reason that 125 is has had a premium. I don't know if it still does, but yeah. Actually, it looks like the 130 is better right now. Yeah, I was kind of just moving around between all those strikes. Let's see if I can cancel that. Jimmy's now holding back up. It's bearish, so momentum on the shorter 5-minute. Got red. Red MACD. MACD's under the signal here. And red under the 9 here. So might just be consolidating or might move down maybe to the VWAP. Let's see, 108. Take the mid. Yeah, I mean, I might be a little greedy on it. See if it fills. You can let it sit there, you know, with the amount of volatility going on right now, it'll fluctuate and you could probably get a better fill. You know what I mean? You can just let the order sit for a few minutes, see what happens. But if you want to execute right away, yeah, just gotta pay more. Oh. I might roll a little lower strike even to try and get more credit. 115 I can get pretty good credit. Yeah, it looks like that May contracts have a nice premium on them. 1229. We'll see if they start to do some covering here, really. I'm gonna eat a little food. Okay. That was so freaking delicious. Yeah, I like clove. Clove can move. There's a lot that can move with GME. Clove in general, though, might be a good even long-term pickup, especially at these prices. So 12:30. Not seeing it. Not seeing the volume yet. So what would that mean? This was maybe from last Friday, from settlement, from OPEX. And they have no more. Surely, though, a move this high to 142 from 90 on Monday will cause market makers to need to hedge some for next week, I would imagine. Right? Should I bet Jimmy? I mean, I don't know. Totally up to you. I bought Jimmy. I bought it. It's at it's getting close to its 52-week average price. I think its 52-week average is like 170, 175. So if you look at it like that, just like that, strictly like that, it's still on a pretty good discount. But there's a lot of other factors that can make you bullish on it, and maybe even some bearish, but trying to roll this short call on my TD account. I bet. Oh, I can get a credit on this one? Oh, it's a 109. Hmm. Turn on Bollinger Band. I'm just swinging GME. It's pretty nice. Nice. Yeah, that's definitely one way people trade it. I like Bollinger. It's kind of crowd stuff, but well, is it too late to buy Judas? I was thinking of buying it yesterday. And I was like, no, I don't think it's too late at all. It depends on your plan, your time frame, your financial situation. If you're looking for a trade or a long-term investment or what. The short term, long term, I think this is a good deal. I mean the CEO, or sorry, the chairman of the board bought in, and yeah, it was better than this, but not a whole lot. DFV, who did all the original research on it, he bought in at 150, I think. He like quadrupled down there, so it's still good value for sure. As far as short-term trading, trying to make quick money, which everyone's trying to do in the market, it's a good way to lose money in the market because patience is how you win. But for a trade, I don't know if it's gonna keep going this week. Probably cool off Thursday, Friday, I would imagine, and then maybe next week keep going. Especially now it's 12:40. We're not seeing the volume and the covering like we saw yesterday. Whoa, Clove. What in the world? That's weird. A big gap. Volume. That was weird. Hey, it's coming back down to VWAP here. People call Wednesday bad day to trade. I don't know. Is it less volume on Wednesday? Probably talking more about like day trading, scalping. At a limit. All right. Need to roll this. All right, I put the order in to roll the 125 for May on Fidelity, and I have an order on TD to roll my 109. It's a 109 up to 111 next week. Excuse me. It's reacting with SPY again too, which isn't good. See if it bounces off VWAP here. $83.05. There should be some consolidation before another rip, though, too. But there's a Chinese stock getting delisted right now. Or if it's gonna move the market, maybe affecting Chinese stocks. Pinduoduo. Yeah, I'm gonna close a couple of these other 160. My 160 call weekly. Let's see here. It's bouncing on VWAP, that's good. Oh. Jeez. See if I can roll it on Weeble. No. I don't even know how to do it on here. I've not done spreads on Weeble, really. Hmm. I have to do it in separate legs? Oh, maybe a calendar would do it. Better way to do this? Look at the app. This is all messed up. Well done, Hypo. Bring about options too many times. Makes sense. You didn't do the right ones. You're probably buying options to make quick money. GME doesn't want to give up, man. Came back down to VWAP, now holding up strong. Bring up portfolio. Um, so what I recommend people when they're getting into options is to start with shorting puts, or selling cash secured puts. That's the safest way. It's a nice way to learn about how options work, and it's safer than literally just buying shares. So if there's a stock that you want to keep in a long term or something for 5 years, then yeah, you could short a put on it. So if you don't have much money, it'd have to be a pretty cheap stock, but here's a cheap one that's in my long term that's kind of fun. Astra is a rocket company. So you could look at 22 day expiration. This is monthly, April monthlies. Maybe too cheap to even do it, but you could short the five strike. So you'd select the 5 strike, the put side, and then you'd sell it to open. So 5 strike put, quantity 1, change it to sell. So what's happening is you're receiving, for this option, you'd receive $100 credit to sell this put, and then you're agreeing to buy 100 shares at this $5 strike by expiration. So typically I would say do it out of the money, not with ones in the money, because that 5 put would be in the money on Astra. But if there's a stock you like, that's the way to do it. You join the Theta gang, and you learn how they kind of move around, and then work your way into buying options. But really selling them and selling credit, selling premium, that's the way to go, because 95% or whatever the stat is of options expire worthless. It's only expiring worthless for one end of that trade. It's a zero-sum game, so that means 95% of the other side are winning on that worthless expire. So that's where you're selling premium. So you want the contract to expire worthless. So I have one more call I can sell. And I'm going to hold it. Got a bunch of feedback. You guys hearing feedback? Oh, I know what it is. Never mind. Oh, did it roll? Okay, so I rolled. Looks like it filled. So my 109 short calls that I timed perfectly, that I opened up yesterday morning, I just rolled to 125 for May for basically even trade. So now I've capped my upside to 125 for shares I bought for 95. So it's a win-win. But I might be rolling that a while if I want to keep the shares. Audio good. Cool. Thanks, Christopher. Yeah, looks like AMC's catching up. Trying to get retail to move their money over. Still doesn't fill on TD, which is weird. Me? Okay, yeah, so now it filled. So I rolled my 109s for this Friday to next Friday, 111. My Weebles, I don't know how to roll these. Check my app. Yeah, I don't know how to roll. Does anyone know how to roll on Weeble? Hmm. Whoa. You guys can look at my options. So here's the Here's the spread I'm legging out of. So hopefully I don't have to roll up those 165s. But again, I guess that'd be a good problem to have. See if I can figure it out over here. Um, hmm. Sense. Sure, it's really simple. I just wish and root. Wish looks like it wants to make a move. Oh, that's root. They look the same. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Let's look at the. Did you guys set up a wallet and everything on GameStop? I don't know. Wallet Connect? MetaMask? I don't have either one of these. What should I get? What should I do? I've got some kind of wallet on my phone. Trust wallet. Can't set that up, can I? I don't know how to do this. Holding above VWAP. I don't know. Seems like today doesn't make a big move. It'll probably settle down Thursday, Friday. Right? Still have that gap to fill. I might jump back out of these the spreads I got here. You worried about signing it? Birds. Birds break out. Oh yeah, my spy play. Let's say 443, 444. Call credit spread on spy. Could still happen today. No. I just picked up some options today. I'll probably sell them back out though because seems like this move might be over for this week, but I still have exposure anyways. But the ones I picked up today, I'm thinking I might close back out. In case it comes down, I'll get them cheaper price. Depends on like time frame, budget, your strategy with it. More time is always better. If you're going long, it's easier for the play to work. Weekly options at this price, like long calls, yeah, that's super risky. The ones I got were for next week, because even if it settles down and comes back to like 125 this week, I think next week we could have another big leg up. So, but if you want exposure for this week too, then you should get them for next week, and then just ride through a bit of the IV crush if it comes down. Give yourself time to be right. Yep. I was able to roll everything, Norman, to that May 125. And then on my Thinkorswim on TD account, it was a 109, not 108. So that one I could roll to 111 next week for a little credit. So I rolled that one to 111, and I still don't know how to roll this one on Webull. So I gotta figure that out. Could see a move into close though. 2 o'clock, 2:30. I mean, it's it's held up very, very good. Sorry, yeah, I'm talking a little quieter. I've got a, I don't even know what it's called, but yeah, it doesn't pick it up if it's too quiet. Yeah, it was weird how that strike had more value than the other ones. For a bit there, it was yeah, the premium on it was higher than 120. Okay, I sold one of the spreads I got into today. I had an order just to sell one to kind of remind me. I've got 3 more. I might get back out of these, we'll see. It's been nice price action today though. Just really easy to get in and out of stuff since there's no crazy IB crushes so far. Again, I contribute that to SLD. Period. Sending wedge. Here. Sending channel. Brain chips up 16%. See if GME holds up when SPY comes down here. What's up, Wojcik? 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 What do you think Arcee bought? Because he saw good value. The big question, maybe it's not much of a question, but why did he buy him on the lit exchange? Why didn't he do it in dark pools like normal? There's a purpose for that. Seems just to have been the purpose of causing price action. RRP numbers came in 1.8 trillion. That took a big bump the last couple days. Apple and GameStop? How so? What do you mean? Buy now every time again it's a price. I saw that speculation. I don't think so. But, I mean, it's fun to think about. It's fun to think about them being epic gladiators in this fight. But, what he did buying 100,000 or 100 million worth, or 100,000 shares? Yeah, 100,000 shares on the lit exchange is highly unusual, and I don't think that's will necessarily just continue. I doesn't want to break VWAP, man. Such a tight consolidation. I mean, it's kind of big, but relatively it's tight. 740. There's an RSI divergence around the 5-minute. I'm going to close out of this last 160 weekly. Okay, that failed. And I'm probably going to close. I'll close the rest of these too. Apple used to be the equivalent of a meme stock. I guess I don't remember when Apple was the equivalent of a meme stock. Maybe I'm not old enough. Or maybe I wasn't in the market. I remember Tesla. Tesla's the example I have for that. Okay, SPY's coming down. Looks like it might affect GME. We'll see. Yep, it is. Yep, GME's gonna come down here, it looks like. Maybe fill that gap. Okay, I jumped out of that play. Took a little loss when I got into earlier the spread. But I made profits on the 160 calls. See what the rest of the day brings and the rest of the week. Might be a good opportunity on Friday to load up, or Monday even. Will be price action. We'll buy another share gonna after the payout. Shutting on it. Oh, shutting. Tons of volatility, crazy. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's true. I don't remember Apple getting a whole lot of hate early on, but that was, I mean, that was a long time ago, and that wasn't they were doing something that, with their phone, well, the iPod. That was maybe, maybe not, but I think more revolutionary than NFT space. Also, a lot of people are diving into the NFT space. Spy's coming down here. I compare it closer to Tesla, but yeah, Apple does have the shareholder devotion and brand recognition, brand loyalty for sure. Our shareholders, yeah, I don't think it's much of the shareholders as much as just customers. Their customers are definitely loyal, but I see that with Tesla's customers are loyal as well as their shareholders, and even more so probably than Apple, because Elon Musk is such a uh, pivotal person. I mean, Steve Jobs was, but I think Elon Musk has more of a following, I guess, or a more devoted following maybe. And yeah, I think GME could be. I think it definitely, as far as a customer base, I think that's what it's trying to build now, and that's why the share value could take time. All right, Spy's coming down. GME is coming down. Sell these 510s too. No reason to hold 510s that I'm profitable on. Forgot to sell these. Okay, I got a 5. Basically anything green on GME, I'm gonna sell and reposition down the road. I'm not gonna sell my put credit spread though. That I'm riding. Got a month on it though. Yeah, I wondered if SPY might work out for my credit spread. I need it below 443 at close, which would be a pretty big move. We've got a gap here, 444.84. Yeah, now it's kind of confirming this RSI divergence. Looks like SPY, unless if it rips up and pulls that back up. GME coming down some, but again, this price action is very much more natural than we're used to seeing on it. So with SPY doing this, GME would flush. It's like Tesla hit its top. GME over. Oh, is GME over? Nah. It's moving with SPY now. There's not covering going on, so it's held up really well though. I think probably to fill this gap, 125-ish. See what happens probably next week and the end of this week. I mean, it could still run the end of this week, but they usually don't run it on Friday and not even often on Thursday. Tuesday, Wednesdays are usually the big days. It has ran on a Friday and it has run on a Monday, but less likely. So look for Monday to go long, or even Friday, and maybe catch a Tuesday, Wednesday. Probably some price action from just the exposure that this puts on the market makers, from all the hedging on the contracts. There's a lot of contracts in the money. Get out while you can. Not quite like that, no. For how big of a move actually this is on SPY, this is nothing. I don't think we saw any covering today though. So for it to hold up just with nothing, it's very impressive. After such a 30% day yesterday and 10% today. Needs to settle down, needs to consolidate some. It's still overbought. Wait for the hourly RSI to come back closer to the 50 level. That's why I typically don't go long when it's overbought on the hourly. But sometimes you miss moves, like yesterday if I did that. You know, it was overbought all here. And it made a big move. 116 up to 150. So this isn't a divergence, but higher price action with the same level of RSI is close to a divergence, I guess. So and when GME also started following the SPY today, that was another sign for me that it's not going to probably rip unless we start seeing covering, of course, but I guess that would be the case anyways. Dead stock. No movement. Getting a little more scalpy done. I closed out of my green stuff. Didn't hold. Yeah, 5.3 is actually short. He kind of called it. With some Yaz. I kind of reserve that for the videos, or when I'm busy, or Power Hour. So we have a lot of slots for Yaz. I'm just memeing? Oh. So if we still make a big move today, yeah, actually I don't really have exposure. Whoops. Probably should have some exposure over the week and the weekend next week. Spy. Spy is my favorite meme stock. It squeezes more than any of them. Look at it kind of bounce off that fib. So it's looking like 150, 175 call debit spread maybe. Break even's 154. Kind of right in here, which is a good range. Could be there this week, next week. Borrow fee went down on iBorrow. 7%, still trending up. We're at 4.7, which was huge, and it bumped, almost doubled, and hit that 9. Little drop, 9.1, now 7. Well, I'm glad I was able to roll stuff up. $136. Yeah, I see it probably filling this gap. Going all in on Hood? Yeah, Hood looks like it's been doing pretty well. I've got Hood. Down today, let's see. Slowing up, setting up a nice bull flag on the daily. Might come down some more actually. Ow. 170, 414. Nice. 90 calls. I think it's probably gonna cool down. Uh, it's still pretty early though, I guess. 1:30. Got a couple hours left. Um, I mean, it's held up really well. Just kind of engulfing hourly candles, bearish. Still overbought, so like to see it cool down before I run. Might take the rest of the week to cool that hourly down, unless if it comes down quick, it could. Maybe. No, Hood is doing well. I've got no problem with Hood. Yeah, I mean, nothing's happening today on it. No covering. Uh, RC isn't buying. All the catalysts from yesterday pushed it up, and now it's consolidating. So, not to say that the market makers aren't going to have to buy shares tomorrow or Friday or Monday or Tuesday. That very well could happen with it being at this price, but it doesn't have to happen every day. The fact that it's not getting shorted down is pretty huge. Just both these on Hood, just off their entire user base, and the DOJ investigated them in a positive light. Yeah, that's happened with pretty much every company that you're bullish on. I mean, maybe not to that extent, but all companies can have problems at different times. Um, they they basically ushered in millions and millions of retail investors into the market with their system and platform. Their nice looking UI, their commission free trading. Uh, it's not like it didn't work. It's worked well. But yeah, their user base is definitely pissed at them, which will be forgotten. And not all their user base. They still have a lot of users. Auto put ratio. Still really high. Kind of want some clove. Yeah, they might be getting rid of payment for order flow. Not sure. A lot of brokerages use payment for order flow though. And if they do, then why can't Robinhood adjust and not use it anymore? Like, new regulation comes in, you adjust. That's just how it works. People just are just personal with it, which is irrational to get your personal emotions involved with investing and trading. Uh, if you think about it, they did a great job. They ripped off a bunch of retail and made great money with it. uh, if you're just investing in stocks you're ethically happy with, you probably couldn't invest in any stocks in the stock market. So, sorry. SPY keeps coming down. Um, 42.90. Maybe. When? I mean, in general. TradingView is a really popular one that's well used and well liked. I like it too. TradingView.com. Next 2 weeks. That'd be quite the price action from where we are. But yeah, we do have that divergence, so seems like it's gonna come down. See if this 5-minute engulfs. Like it wants to. SPY's kind of bouncing too, though. How does one spot such divergences? There's an engulfing green candle. That's not bad. Just look for them. I guess figure out what you're looking for and look for them. See if it bumps up above VWAP. Really, I don't think we're gonna see a big move unless we get action like yesterday. This volume coming in. Which is actually crazy. That was like our normal volume today. Yeah, the straddle. 1750. 414, 150 straddles. 150 call, 150 put. That's a lot of them. 7.5. Why at 150 though? Why would they straddle at the money? Still just moving with SPY, this little bump here. I'm not gonna get excited. Take a pop back to 150. You might get it. It's been following SPY though for an hour or so now. And yeah. Just really I think the easiest indicator would be volume. Because any move up right now on low volume is going to be most likely very mellow and not very far, like we're seeing. But the I don't know if they could use this straddle like that. A little more volume here, but the NFT website runs on AWS. Uh-oh. Bypasses some sort of margin. Yeah, that's That's big brain. That's probably true. Something like that. Crazy all the different ways you just go in or out of plays, and it just totally changes your margin. I've got an order for 150, 195 for next Friday, but I'm not gonna move the bid up until I see something popping. But at this point, I don't have a whole lot of exposure. What time it was opened? That straddle? Right here? 12:10. Or when we hit 150. Excuse me. Right at 12:05. Yep. Right here. Yeah, I know. It seemed like it wanted to break out there. It was a weak breakout, but it seemed like it was starting to. And then market maker hedged all this volume, dumped it down. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it didn't affect it at all. I might actually open up a bearish play for just for the week. I feel like we'll probably fill this gap. Made that engulfing candle on the hourly, still overbought. Have that gap to fill. I might pick something up. Just a little something, something. $150.69. Dude, the spreads on the options are robbery. The spread has 23%. Heck. Together strong. Yeah. Oh. Might do a put credit spread. Another one Thursday or Friday once it comes down. Oh, I got filled quick. Wow. Okay, I gotta. $114, $122. Put debit spread. Excuse me. This one. That gives me a little downside protection. Oh, I need to fix it. Oh, no, there it is. Got two of them. So break even on it is 120. So kind of a safe break even, not too bad. Only got 2 days of time, so. Spreads are jacked. 4-1 to 102s have a bid below value, and that's barely. I know, it's so jacked. Bid below value. Yeah. You can make some arbitrage plays, but when they get so messed up, though, sometimes. I remember doing that in January. I had some spreads, some put credit spreads. I didn't even know, I didn't even understand what was going on with them. It was so confusing, and it was green. I just closed them, but this, it was like the IV was just going insane because I think it was dumping when I closed them for a profit, and they were down like when it was up. It was it was early on for me doing spreads. I was like, this is crazy. Yeah, I think a consolidation back around 120 wouldn't be too bad coming into the weekend, and then hopefully we make another leg up that 150, maybe even more. Next week might be the big week, really. If it's like this, yeah. I want to do a put credit spread. Wait for a little drop and do a put credit spread. I like that. Yeah, I mean, you'll see that with, like, of course, a big move in one direction, both contracts go up, but it was just so weird having these spreads and just the volatility going on, and I couldn't even tell what was going on. I was just like, this is super green, I gotta just sell it. And it was going like the wrong direction. I don't know. And we're starting to see that a little bit already with the spread, just a bid and ask, I think. Just getting all wonky. And we've only gone, it's mellow still. Yeah, that straddle play. Thanks for sharing that. I have to remind myself I can make money going down too. And going up, so. But I still have this order for the bullish spread too. Everyone trying to get out in the afternoon. Yeah, it was insane. It was truly insane. From open to close. Yeah, you could see just so much just retail in the options, just doing ridiculous stuff. Like, I was probably a victim of some of it too, because I was very new to that at that point. And but I remember seeing some of it, I'm like, dude, I'm screwing someone really bad right now with this play. Big moves. Yeah. With the IV being so high, yeah. If it's not going to increase, then it won't work. Right? Which it might not. I mean, it's already pretty high. But the fact that today's this after this makes me think we're not doing this. Makes me feel like we're more doing something like this. Maybe even this, but I don't know. Maybe it is something like that. That'd mean tomorrow would be big. But this was on a, what That's on Monday, right? Yeah, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That was a big Monday. But I'm not convinced we're repeating any of those really. I think we're on a big steady grind out of this undervalued price, under 300 or 3 digits. I think there's a gamma squeeze potential still. I don't know. Don knows better than I do, but being at this price, he's been sharing how much call volume is in the money. It's kind of crazy. I think we'd have to dump pretty far for them to be able to de-hedge a lot. And even if we do dump far, I don't know if it'd be, I don't know how far, but yeah, I think it's on the table. Selling path pricing. Yeah, exactly.
Unprofitable tech stocks that we've seen recently, it's a head fake. Investors should use this as an opportunity to get out with a little bit of profit in their pocket.
Yeah. So when you say hyper growth, but no profit stocks, you mean growth in revenues, but they're not making money. The same kinds of stocks that ran into trouble in the year 2000, 1999, 2001.
That's right. Look, I mean, gravity is real. And in the stock market, gravity is about profits. And a stock ultimately has zero value if the business never makes any money. And as much as the top line can be alluring, and people like to believe that this company is the next Amazon and they're going to all of a sudden become profitable if they just grow enough, that doesn't happen very often. Amazon is an anomaly. It is not the rule. And too many people like to believe that some of these unprofitable tech stocks are going to become the next Amazon. And hope is not a good strategy in that situation.
David, what would your sort of overall advice be to investors? Is it specifically the Fed tightening that you think they have to focus on here?
I think the Fed tightening marks a regime change in how you invest. For the last 10 years or so, there's been no risk, right? I mean, look, you get great upside with almost no risk. Buy the dip has worked and worked and worked because there was a Fed put. And like the last guest, Bob Pisani, was talking, right? The Fed put is now changed. It's gone. It's more like a Fed ceiling or Fed call. And so that just means that you have to invest in the old-fashioned way, which is focus on fundamentals. Make sure that you're buying stocks in businesses that actually make money and are priced appropriately or cheaply. And that's all it means. And there's no free money or easy money in piling into momentum-based names like there was in the past. So it's not that you shouldn't invest. You just invest in a different way. The old way isn't going to work. The new way is the old way now. Right? Meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Let's look at a couple of stocks that you say are potentially profitable ideas, beginning with O'Reilly Automotive and one that is in a very different kind of business, Royal Bank of Canada. What do they have in common that makes them appealing to you now?
Cash flow and cheap valuations. Both are generating a ton of cash flow. That cash flow is growing, and they're trading at stock prices that imply that their cash flows will permanently decline. So it's in a completely different paradigm of risk reward to like a Robinhood, which isn't making any money and whose stock price implies his profits are going to be bigger than Schwab, right? That's really bad risk reward. We'd say avoid that no matter what, but especially in this environment. And then if you have an opportunity, on the other hand, to invest in a company like O'Reilly Auto Parts, whose cash flows are tremendous and whose stock price implies profits are going to permanently decline by 10%, I mean, it's obvious, right? Like a completely different paradigm of risk reward, and really one where investors can find enduring value, not just in this kind of market, but I think in any kind of market.
And two more: Universal Health Services and Domino's.
Domino's delivers. Most people don't realize that Domino's doesn't actually own most of its franchises. It specializes in supply chain expertise and technology to help their franchisees be more efficient, and they've done that. Domino's has the highest, is a top 5 company in the entire S&P 500, including all tech companies, top 5 return on invested capital over the last 5 years. Super profitable business, generating tons of cash flow. Stock price implies profits are going to decline something like 30% permanently. It's almost like it's priced to go out of business, right? And that's what investors, I think, so much have forgotten. You want to buy stocks that are cheap, right? And have great cash flow. It's a strategy that works in any kind of environment, but one that's especially important now.
All right. We have to leave it there. Thank you very much, David Trainer. See you again soon.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, despite his warning, shares of GameStop are higher again today, and they're up more than 50% so far this week. Is meme mania back? Frank Holland joins us now. Frank?
Hey, Kelly, possibly a reversion to the meme? Probably too soon to tell. Either way, GameStop up double digits as Chairman Ryan Cohen bought 100,000 shares Tuesday, raising his stake to 12%, but still no details on the plan to transform GameStop into an NFT marketplace. Still, this tweet about putting his money where his mouth is really racking up the likes. But GameStop and those other OG meme stocks like Tesla and AMC, they were really on a tear even before that buy. S3 Partners out with a note today saying retail traders have really seized on shorting of the meme stocks. They also said this specifically about Tuesday's rally. The short squeezes we saw in each of these stocks today helped their stock prices trend higher. If the stocks continue to climb or at least hold these levels, we should see the squeezes continue and more short covering. There's also been a rise in technical analysis on Wall Street bets, believe it or not, and traders really digging into fundamentals of all stocks, including those meme names, according to research from Thinkum co-founder Justin Zen. The high volume trading for GameStop and AMC also continuing today. GameStop already at 600% of its 30-day average volume. Back over to you, Tyler.
All right, Frank, thanks very much. It's really amazing that these stocks come back into focus the way they have here.
And because we were talking to Kate Rooney yesterday about how Robinhood has kind of, we don't want to say given up on the trading.
They're selling retirement
model,
plans.
But yeah, they're hawking 401ks and savings accounts and debit cards.
All right, coming up, folks, an energy Marshall Plan? Well, it's a bold idea reportedly being pushed by J.P. Morgan's Jamie Dimon. Is it a realistic long-term solution to achieve energy security, not just here in the U.S., but in Europe? Plus, home builder stocks under pressure this afternoon as new home sales unexpectedly fall and mortgage rates rise. The two are not unconnected. Should you invest in the sector as it changes? Those stories and more when Power Lunch continues.
Welcome back. Jamie Dimon reportedly telling the Biden administration there needs to be a Marshall Plan for energy, a plan to get Europe off of Russian oil with help from the U.S. And we should say a big chunk of this is about natural gas. Let's bring in Brian Sullivan now. Brian, could something like this actually work? Is something like this actually in the works already, maybe?
Okay, two different questions there, Kelly. So let's go ahead and know what we know and what we don't know, the known knowns and the known unknowns, if you will. All right, so what we know is that a bunch of CEOs, including Jamie Dimon, met at the White House yesterday, included ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, Visa, Bank of America, I think. Anyway, in that meeting, according to reports, Axios broke the story, Jamie Dimon said that we need that Marshall Plan you talked about, maybe rebuilding energy security through Europe using U.S. know-how and U.S. funding for things like more LNG in Europe, as well as carbon capture technology, although not necessarily apparently more fossil fuel production. Leslie Picker, our colleague, doing some great work getting that nugget. Leslie, thank you very much. Trying to knock the reliance, Kelly and Tyler, on Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. So is this possible? All right, not tomorrow. Probably not even next year. I mean, here's the reality of any of this. An LNG terminal, liquefied natural gas terminal, if you want to build one, literally permit the land, start construction, you're probably looking at 3 to 5 years minimum. However, there's these things called floating regasification units. It's basically a giant ship that is an LNG terminal. You can rent these or even buy these ships, probably get one installed up near Hamburg, Germany within a year, maybe. Then you've got to get the contracts for the LNG. So how fast could this plan get up and running? Well, it would probably, I would say the shortest term, Kelly, would be maybe a year if you were able to secure one of these floating regasification type ships as well. This would rely on the German government to want to go along with it. We know they've been pulling away from fossil fuels. In fact, they've got super high solar, super high wind as well, which are great, by the way, when they work, but they need to be, thank you, by the way, I asked for that chart about 10 minutes ago. You guys rock for getting it done. You can see they've got a wide mix. Natural gas is in that, replacing that, of which 30 to 50%, guys, is from Russia, is going to be a tall order in the short term. I think Jamie Dimon referring probably more to the longer term than tomorrow.
Yes, and again, to say that a lot of this focuses on Europe having the capabilities to receive LNG that we could send them and so forth. So 4 areas: increasing natural gas production in an environmentally responsible way, building LNG facilities in Europe, investing in new technology for hydrogen and carbon capture, and streamlining permitting for renewable alternatives like wind and solar. So he thinks those latter two on renewables, Brian, I guess, should be part of this as well.
Renewables are a part of this. I mean, listen, that's the reality. Germany, this is the good and the bad of Germany. Germany, and I'm not picking on Germany, they're the biggest economy, so I'm bringing them up. The most reliant on Russian natural gas of the major countries. Many other countries in Europe, by the way, are also reliant on natural gas. But I will say this, Kelly, not Poland. Poland, a decade ago, made the decision to build LNG terminals hard up next to the German border in the northeast corner of the country. They get U.S. LNG from Venture Global and others. By the way, it's paying off. You know, Poland is pretty much energy free from Russia for the most part. Renewables are a big part of this, both here and in Germany. But again, with renewables, and what we've learned is with the UK, Kelly, renewables are great, but there's almost no storage capacity for renewables. When the wind blows, you have to use the power. When the sun shines, you have to use the power. There are large-scale battery technologies, companies like ESS in the United States and others, where they're going to provide you with that, but it's 8 to 12 hours of storage. So I think everybody, what they've realized now is this energy mix needs to occur. The UK, as we reported on from London back in November, learning it the hard way. If the wind doesn't blow and you don't have any storage, they're paying the equivalent, guys, of $30 to $40 for natural gas. That's compared to the $5 that we show all of our viewers here on our screens. The energy poverty that is coming into Europe is also a national security threat. I can't highlight that enough. It is not just about Vladimir Putin and his stranglehold over energy, guys. It's also the fact that millions of families in continental Europe and the UK are going to really, really struggle if it gets cold in the next month or so to pay their electric bills, because if they're on a floating rate plan, they are subject to the whim of the global markets where everybody is trying to buy the same thing at the same time. This was bad strategy. How about hell? This was no strategy for the last 10 years.
Couldn't agree with you more. I think energy security is national security, and it was that way back in the 70s. It remains that way today. Brian Sullivan, thank you very much. Proud of your Hokies, man. All right, let's talk a little bit about President Biden traveling overseas to Brussels for that emergency summit, now 4 weeks into the war in Ukraine. How's it going? What could be next? Admiral Michael Mullen served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Presidents Bush and Obama. He's currently president of MGM Consulting, which provides counsel on geopolitical and national security issues. Admiral Mullen, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Good to be with you, Tom.
I want to take you into what I hope is your wheelhouse, and that is this. As the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I know you must know or know of the Russian counterparts who are at the same levels as you were some years ago. What do you think those generals and admirals think about Putin's war? And second, is there any chance, high, low, zero, that the admirals and the FSB might move against Putin?
Well, to get to your second question first, I certainly, in the near future, don't see that as much of a possibility. I mean, Putin survives because he controls the people, he controls the security agencies, and he controls the military. So maybe over time, when it gets so bad, I have been struck at how poorly they've done, actually, in execution. I was chairman when they invaded Georgia in 2008. They were terrible in terms of their military execution. They've reorganized. I thought they'd be better, and they've been awful. And I think that's something that will continue to be that way. I just think some of us in the West look at the possibility that someone might turn Putin out, and someone like Putin has a way of staying in. He's going to be there a lot longer than we'd like and a lot longer than we'd anticipate. I think this war is going to go on for quite some time.
I think it seems that way, and I think you're right. I think a lot of American and Western intelligence was right on in the run-up to the war, but one thing we didn't get right was how slowly the Russians were going to make progress. Let's talk about chemical weapons. The president has responded. It sounds like today he said, we have to take it into consideration. The Russians seem to be talking about the possibility of there being Western biochem or chemical labs in Ukraine. This sounds like they're setting up a reason to strike or use those weapons or setting up a false flag. What do you see as the risk of the use of chemical weapons, and how would the West respond?
Well, while we may be somewhat critical of the intelligence community in terms of how Russia has executed, I want to give the intelligence community a lot of credit for releasing intelligence in a very timely way.
Absolutely
in terms of affecting and really pushing back on the disinformation campaign specifically. If past is prologue, I think Putin will, lean forward with respect to chemical weapons. I don't know what the Biden agenda is as he visits Europe, but I think those heads of state will certainly be talking about how to deter that if possible, or respond, if he in fact uses those kinds of weapons.
When you say lean in, that I read that as you're saying, I think he will use them. Am I right? Am I understanding you correctly?
I think his threatening right now is something we need to take very seriously. I have no information that he will whatsoever, but he has been supportive of the use of those before. In Syria would be a good example. So my expectation is when push comes to shove, and Putin to me seems to be more and more cornered, trapped. And as he is, the concern I have is that he will lash out with other weapons.
That leads me to my next question, which is there was a chilling story in the New York Times yesterday about the possible use of low yield or so-called tactical nuclear weapons, of which Russia apparently has a great number. How do you handicap the possibility that he might go there, that this cornered, frustrated Putin might use those kinds of weapons in this battle theater? And if he does, what would the Western response be? We couldn't sit still for that, could we?
it's very difficult to handicap it, Tyler, from the standpoint of knowing, but I put it in the same category of chemical. These are arrows that he has in his quiver. He's threatened to use them. Whether he will or not, I think, is part of the game. If he uses nuclear weapons, I think there has to be a hugely impactful response. And I wouldn't go into the specifics of that. What I also worry about, quite frankly, is once you get into that level of warfare, the unintended consequences, the ability to have it spill out of control and actually even go to a higher level of nuclear weapons is very frightening. And we should remember it's been since World War II that a nuclear weapon was used, and they are devastating, massively destructive weapons that certainly, if he uses them, deserves a response. But I just hope whatever we do, we can avoid that particular outcome.
And finally, and unfortunately quickly, do you think he's done? Do you think Ukraine is the last stop for Putin here, or are other countries, NATO countries, Baltics, Poland, in his sights?
I don't think Putin will stop. I think he needs to be stopped. And if he isn't stopped, then Moldova, Transnistria, the Baltics are next. He's certainly shown an appetite to do that. That's why he needs to be stopped now.
Frightening thought. Admiral Mullen, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Yeah, frightening is right. Coming up, we're counting climate calories. New SEC rules require public and private firms to estimate their emissions, but could there already be loopholes? We'll dig into it right after this. Welcome back, everybody. The SEC this week pushing for rules to make public companies report more information on how their operations affect the climate and their carbon emissions. The problem is that even companies who want to do that right now might have a hard time getting the data right. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with more. Christina?
It's measuring emissions is, sometimes like counting your calories for a day. It takes some guesstimations and honesty. With public companies accounting for roughly 40% of the world's emissions, it's no wonder investors and regulators are pressing for disclosure rules. Under the new SEC climate disclosure, public firms would have to report about direct emissions from their own operations in their 10K filing. So that would be scope 1 you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. Then you have emissions from the energy they consume, scope 2, in the middle of your screen, all with independent certification of their estimates despite a lack of standard reporting systems. Sound familiar? ESG rating scores as a hint. And only 43% of the country's largest public companies actually release their scope 1 and scope 2 emissions data, showcasing just how many firms will need to play catch up to meet the new SEC climate rules. And in some cases, companies would also need to report on their greenhouse gas emission outputs of both their supply chains and consumers. And that's the big one, and that falls into scope 3. In other words, rely on companies in other countries with different sets of standards.
What if companies don't have the adequate mechanisms in place at the board level to ensure that their compliance and that the reporting is accurate? That's a whole range of potential lawsuits just waiting to happen.
And the SEC will review comments from the public for the next 60 days or so. And so they may revise its proposal before holding a final vote to finalize this rule, Tyler.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. Christina Partsinevelos. Now to Rahel Solomon for a news update. Hey, Rahel.
Tyler. Hi, Kelly. Here's your news update at this hour. Members of the Russian military have committed war crimes in Ukraine. Secretary of State Blinken says that is the assessment of the U.S. government. In a statement, Blinken says that Russian attacks have destroyed schools, hospitals, and homes that were clearly in use by civilians. The Supreme Court has thrown out Wisconsin legislative maps preferred by the state's Democratic governor and selected by Wisconsin's highest court. However, the Supreme Court did leave in place state congressional maps. A group planning to kidnap Michigan Governor Whitmer wanted the attack to prevent Biden from becoming president. That's the testimony of a critical prosecution witness who pleaded guilty to planning the kidnapping. The witness did not say why they thought the kidnapping would actually stop Biden from defeating Trump and the 2020 election. And the tornado that touched down in New Orleans spent nearly 10 minutes on the ground. Local NBC affiliate WDSU made this time-lapse video that we're going to show you showing the storm. It cut a 2-mile-long path through the city, and with just one person dead, local officials say that the death toll could have been much worse. Tyler?
Golly, look how fast that thing moves across the ground.
It is
That's
shocking to see.
amazing. I recognize that's time-lapse, but my goodness. Rahel, thanks. Already ahead on Power Lunch, the technical take on two key trades. First, Meta's IRL problem. Users spending less and less time on the platform, so is now the time to sell. Plus, rates on the rise and home builders going the other way. Is this a good time to get these names on sale? Power Lunch will be right back.
I'm Shepard Smith in the CNBC newsroom. Madeleine Albright's family just confirmed the former Secretary of State has died. She served as the first woman Secretary of State in American history under President Clinton from 1997 to 2001. 10 years ago, President Obama awarded her the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Secretary Albright was born in 1937, Marie Jana Korbalova in Czechoslovakia. She immigrated with her family to the United States at age 11. A month ago today, a guest essay that she authored published in the New York Times. The headline read, "Putin is making a historic mistake." Her family says she died of cancer. She was 84 years old. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, may she rest in peace. Back to you.
Shep, thank you so much, everybody. We'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome back, everybody. With 90 minutes left in the trading day and stocks near session lows, let's get caught up across the markets with stocks, bonds, commodities, and a potential trouble spot for Meta or Facebook. But first, let's begin with Dom Chu and the latest on these markets. Dom?
All right, Kel, the losses have started to accelerate, as you referenced, a bit more as we hit the afternoon part of trading. We are just about not far off the worst levels of the day. The Dow, the S&P, the Nasdaq, all in negative territory, as you can see there in the screen. But the narrative over the kind of underperformance has been and where it has been is somewhat different than a couple of hours ago. Earlier on today, it was technology, that heavier Nasdaq trade that was outperforming actually on the day, continuing a theme that we've been seeing over the course of the market bounce from last week. We are now seeing that Nasdaq trade As you can see, they're more in line with the losses for the Dow and the S&P. The small cap Russell 2000, by the way, slightly underperforming as stock market volatility is measured by the VIX kind of ticks higher in this whole process. An interesting split in terms of sector performance. The biggest gainers are in economically sensitive ones, like in energy and those particular stocks. Not so in the so-called non-cyclicals, the utilities there. Financials and healthcare are among the biggest laggards. Now, from a stock point of view, maybe no surprise that creative software maker Adobe, the biggest drop in the S&P, more disappointing quarterly earnings outlook during its report yesterday. The leaders are a lot of commodity names like Marathon Oil, Nucor Steel, Newmont Mining, and CF Industries. You've also got cereal and packaged foods giant General Mills, a big gainer on a relative basis in a down market after a stronger quarterly report, and in a full-year forecast. So, again, an interesting move here in terms of where the outperformance has been. General Mills certainly one to watch, Kel. Back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you. And everybody's watching the bond market as well. The 10-year yield was above 2.4% earlier today, but it is way pulled back. Rick, is it below 230 yet?
It is hovering at 231, and it held yesterday's low. It's really an amazing session. And before we even get to that quickly, I'll give you a hint why. Why are stocks down so much? Why are Treasury prices up, yields down? At the end of the month, there's going to be a big rebalancing. Why big? Because it's a quarter end as well as a month end. And what goes up, well, you have to sell, and what goes down, you have to buy. Let's see, what went up? Stocks, so you need to sell for rebalancing. What went down in price? Treasuries, so you have to buy them. So many are doing this a bit early. That's very normal. His low was 2.28%. That's exactly where we held. The cash market's open for several hours yet. Should we trade below there? Look for some fireworks. And finally, here's a February 1st chart of the 20-year bond. Had an auction today. I gave it an A+, and it was really aggressive. And considering how that chart looks with yields going so high, it speaks volumes as to maybe a temporary halt to see such bullish confrontation with the auction on investors to buy that 20-year. And by the way, that was the first inversion of the curve. 30s to 20s inverted about 5 months ago. On October 27th, 20-year bond yields turned higher than 30-year bond yields. Kelly, back to you.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that long ago. Rick, thank you very much. Oil is popping again today, closing up more than 5%. That's putting pressure on the market as well. Energy names enjoying it, though. Pippa Stevens with the latest. Pippa?
Hey, Kelly, that gain comes as a major pipeline that runs from Kazakhstan to Russia has been damaged in a storm, and some operations have been halted, the CPC said in a statement. The pipeline carries more than 1 million barrels per day, and so this is adding to supply fears. Let's get a check on prices. WTI up 5.5% at 115.21. Brent crude also up 5.5% at 121.89. Energy stocks are leading again today, as you mentioned, up about 2%. Now, one area that's been relatively weak is the refiners. Higher oil means higher input costs for them. But Bank of America is saying that a new golden age for the U.S. players is upon us. Their top pick is Valero, and they also like Marathon Petroleum and Phillips 66. Also wanted to quickly note that the wild activity in nickel continues, jumping 15% today and hitting limit up. Kelly,
wow,
back to you.
32,000 and change. Pippa, thanks. Let's look at shares of Meta, which are lowered today, continuing a downtrend that has seen the stock lose nearly 30% of its value in just the past 2 months. Now, there's a new trouble spot for the company. Julia Borston has those details. Julia?
Well, Kelly, there are a number of red flags about Meta right now. BuzzFeed says it sees audiences spending less time on the social platform. Sensor Tower telling us today that Facebook's mobile app usage is down sequentially in the first quarter. That's a deceleration from past quarters. And with user declines come advertising under pressure as well. Insider intelligence tells us exclusively that it's slashing its revenue forecast for Meta by about $2.5 billion, both for this year and for next year, projecting that Meta's share of digital ad spending will fall under 22% by 2023. That's down from 25% share in 2020. And today, Meta releasing a State of Small Business report showing that its small and medium-sized business advertisers are coming under growing pressure. 1 in 5 small businesses are closed. That's a higher number than it reported back in July. Also today, Lightshed's Rich Greenfield writing that Meta is vulnerable to competition and that there is lack of visibility around its metaverse pivot. But Atlantic Equities is more bullish, saying, quote, Meta continues to make progress restoring ad targeting and measurement capabilities, and saying that that the company is well positioned because of its scale. Now, Meta shares are down nearly 1% today, but it's worth noting, Kelly, that they are off about 35% year to date. Back over to you.
Absolutely. Julia, thank you. So some might ask if this represents a buying opportunity or if it's why the stock's been under pressure. Let's ask Todd Gordon. He's founder of New Age Wealth Advisors and a CNBC contributor. Todd, you hear all this, digest it. Do you think this is a stock you want to pick up or bail on?
Kelly, it's actually going to be neither. We hold kind of a token piece, about 1% allocation in our growth portfolio. It's kind of on my watch list to cut. We've lost any kind of semblance of uptrend support that goes all the way back to IPO days. Basically, if we break through 185, Kelly, that's going to be a technical level. I'm going to cut it. I'm not giving up on the story. I still think there's a strong fundamental position in the company, a lot of cash in the balance sheet, good growth metrics, but they have a long way to go until they can prove to us that they deserve to be back in a growth portfolio. It's acting more like a sort of a boring value stock trading, 15 times forward earnings.
Have you been in the stock in any kind of substantial way over the past couple of years? And if so, what was your average price, your average cost?
Oh, well, interesting. Yes, absolutely, Tyler. I have owned the stock. I've owned the stock for 5 years. I'd have to look back. We just recently launched our wealth management RIA just 6 months ago, and we launched with about a 2% position in there. This was October. We've since cut it down to 1%. So again, on watch below 185. The company, as he said, it's incredibly, it's got a strong balance sheet. Their margins are extremely strong. They're continuing to grow revenue. Their margins are about 80% compared to the industry at about 57%. They've got a 5-year earnings growth of 30%, free cash flow at 60%, increasing the cash in the balance sheet. But it's just unfortunately this stock and even communications in general, guys, I think you really have to look at in terms of holding your position. XLC is way underperforming the rest, and that's with Google in that ETF.
I want to take a quick break here, but ask you to stick around, Todd, and you're going to give us your trades on home builders. After some big numbers in housing today, mortgage applications have been plunging. I guess no surprise there. New home sales dropping while prices continue to rise. Is that sustainable? What does it mean for home builders? We'll be right back to talk about that and more with Todd. All right, folks, new data out today on the housing market, not painting a rosy picture. Let's get to Diana Olick for the details. Hi, Di.
Hey, Ty. Yeah, rising mortgage rates are really taking their toll on all aspects of the housing market. Take a look. After sitting around a record low last fall, the average on the 30-year fixed started January at 3.25% and took off, hitting the gas this week. It's now around 4.7%. That caused mortgage refinance demand to drop an outsized 14% last week compared with the previous week, down 54% from a year ago. That, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. Mortgage applications to buy a home fell slightly, but the drop was bigger for FHA and VA loans, which are a favorite among first-time buyers. Now, economists are starting to revise their home sales forecasts lower for the year, and they probably should, given the read on this morning on February sales of newly built homes. They dropped more than expected, down 6% from a year ago. These numbers are based on signed contracts, so people out shopping in February as rates were moving higher. And the median price of a new home jumped over 10% from a year ago. So affordability is really taking a serious hit. Back to you guys.
All right, Diana, thanks very much. So let's go back to Todd Gordon and talk about which names, if any, look most attractive among the home builders right now. You know, Diana points out regularly how much lack of supply there is. And that there's an inventory issue. But then you see that new home sales, the ones built by builders, fresh new homes never before used, are down. Are any of the home builders a buy here?
Tyler, I'm going to go 0 for 2 here and be a Debbie Downer. I'm not involved. I haven't been involved in a while. You know, they were very strong in coming out of right in the middle of the pandemic. First half of 2020, very strong. But home builders, guys, have been underperforming the S&P really since the back half of 21 and into this year. So, you know, it's all we talk about with our clients is either they want to buy a home for rental or they're trying to get a new home. The supply issue is unbelievable. And I think we're starting to see those interest rates move up. So you look at the valuations at some of these builders like Lennar, Pulte, Toll. They're like 5 times next year's earnings. So the big question, right, is this rally in real estate cyclical or is it secular? And I really believe that housing is counter-cyclical to the stock market. I think this is a cyclical rally. I think it's a short-term supply issue. You have lumber moving up to new highs. I know builders have a hard time getting workers to show up. I really believe, and I want to believe it's going to be temporary. And it seems to be in the housing market, there's a big cross-current of institutions selling houses. And I've read a lot that they're dumping. I don't think they're dumping. I think they're keeping their prices high as new buyers are coming in and willing to pay anything. And what they're giving up in terms of, I've heard stories. My partner Ryan's trying to buy in Boston. People are giving up inspections, the right for inspections. They're giving up the right to come back if the appraisal doesn't come in. It's unbelievable what's happening here. As you said, I think new family single homes dropped 6%. Existing homes dropped. You know, and as you just look at the effect on purchasers' buying power. Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry.
I thought I heard you say that as a group, the builders are trading at 5 times next year's earnings. That sounds like a very attractive multiple. That's low, right?
That or the market's it's unbelievably low. That or the market's pricing in a significant housing correction. Yeah. You know, and I thought Kelly wrote a really interesting article 2 days ago. I tweeted at her. She cited that looking at the actual yield curve, talking about the 3 and 2 year yield, but looking at the 10s and 30s, do we have a significant inflation problem? Are we going to rotate back into stocks which are counter-cyclical to housing? Let's say they're cyclical stocks pushing up the long end of the yield curve. And I have to think that's going to further pressure housing. You know, you look at, my partner Ryan wrote a great article on the website. We're going to pull a couple. You know, you look at the average FICO scores. It's like 757 right now for buyers. 100 points lower, you would barely qualify for the best rates back in 05, 06. And I'm worried too many people extended themselves in this kind of crazy market that we've seen. I'm afraid FICO scores come down. Maybe not as many qualified buyers.
Got to leave it there. Todd Gordon, thank you very much. And Kelly appreciates the shout out for her writing.
Shout outs are always welcome.
Yeah.
More Power Lunch next. Welcome back. Add this to the controversy brewing over stock trades by members of Congress and their families. Paul Pelosi, husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, exercised options to buy 2,500 shares of Tesla, according to a filing. The shares were worth about $2.2 million when he exercised last week, right before they were about to expire. It appears Mr. Pelosi spent between $500,000 and $1 million on the options back in December of 2020. And last week on Power Lunch, by the way, Tesla shares, you can see today, crossing back above $1,000. So the timing has worked out. We spoke with Senator Elizabeth Warren about this last week, who has a bill to ban trades just like these.
Because it is right, and because people around this country have lost faith in much of what Congress does. And this is one small way we can begin to say, we get it. We are going to get rid of these conflicts. We're going to make sure that when we're making decisions, the American public can know that we are putting the interests of the public first and not the interests of our own finances.
There's obviously nothing suggesting that Mr. Pelosi was acting on any kind of inside information, which is what Senator Warren's bill, not that we would know. Yeah. Doesn't take a genius to think that electric vehicles are going to move ahead here.
Exactly.
But at any rate, it's an interesting bill.
In fact, I know someone who just bought a Tesla.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. High school students in Florida will soon be required to learn the basics of money management. You're right there, aren't you? Dom Chu, he's over there.
Right here, next to you.
There he is.
Just next to you. So anyway, to your point, you're going to need to graduate in Florida, and you're going to need at least a class or so. Florida becomes the biggest state in America to require that all high schools take a course on financial literacy before they can get their diploma. Now, the legislation was passed by both houses of the Florida legislature and signed into law by Governor Ron DeSantis just yesterday. And you can't get much more bipartisan than this. Unanimous across all houses, across everybody there. Here's what's going to happen. Starting the 2023-24 academic year, students in Florida will have to take one semester in a course that teaches them how to do everything, like manage a bank account, establish a budget, grow wealth through saving and investing, and even, yes, lessons on how to file and pay your taxes. With the Florida law, there are now 11 states in the union that require some sort of personal finance education required before graduation. They are Alabama, Missouri, Tennessee, Utah, Virginia, Mississippi, Nebraska, North Carolina, Ohio, and Rhode Island, and now Florida, guys. So an interesting move here, but still, requiring it is pretty much a good idea given what we have with youngsters and money these days.
I speak from experience.
I speak from experience.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
The fact that they could agree to that.
Unanimous.
Yeah, exactly.
All members of their houses.
Dom,
all right, Dom,
you got it.
Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Closing bell right now.
Stocks are down, yields are slumping, and oil is jumping. The most important hour of trading starts now. Welcome to Closing Bell, everyone. I'm Sarah Eisen. Here's where things stand in the market right now. Down 350 on the Dow, S&P 500 pulling back a full percent. Only sectors higher right now are energy and utilities. The Nasdaq down a full percent as well, and small caps getting beaten up hard, down 1.5%, a reversal from yesterday. Down for the week. Here are my top takeaways on today's big stories. General Mills finally seeing some pricing power. Great for investors, not so much for consumers. The company behind Cheerios and Betty Crocker says profit was a beat. The outlook is strong after struggling last quarter. Why? More people are eating at home, and more importantly, they are paying more for groceries. Expect more price hikes on your pantry items. On inflation, with gas prices spiking, there's a lot of worry about whether U.S. consumers can handle it. Will it sink us into recession? Wells Fargo's economic team took a look today and says no. Importantly, wages have outpaced gas prices over time, especially with this latest wage bump. So even with record high gas, the outlays, which is how much we spend based on what we earn, aren't as high as in other cycles. And meme trades are back. GameStop up another 15% on top of yesterday's 30% spike. Some say great. It's healthy that retail traders are still engaged. Or is it really? Does it actually show that as painful as the past few months have been in the market, it's not been painful enough to strike fear in investors that keep them away for a while? Matt Maley of Miller Tabak, a technical analyst, says it shows there's still a high level of complacency out there. Let's get to our top story. The market, stocks pulling back after a rapid rally that we saw over the past week. Canaccord Genuity's Tony Dwyer out with a new note saying bouts of weakness are opportunities, to add exposure. Tony joins us now along with Richard Bernstein from Richard Bernstein Advisors. And Tony, let's start there. You have a new note. Are you buying today's pullback?
Well, Sarah, back in January, I remember you saying, wow, I'm surprised that you're more cautious. I'm not used to you being that way. And really, since last summertime, we've been talking about a tumultuous market outside of a year-end rally last year. And if you look at what has happened over the course of the last year at the low, when the S&P was down 14%, the NASDAQ and Russell were down 20%, you have to almost go back to the end of 2020 to see those levels. So you gave back all those gains and the markets had gone nowhere. But when you put all that into the background, we're still in a tumultuous market. I do think we're still going to pull back, but that thrust last week had a historic precedent that I just can't ignore. It's a hard call when you're in the middle of a war. You've got the Fed raising rates maybe 50 basis points at a time. Inflation's crushing the cost of everybody and companies. But a lot of times when you get the thrust like you got, so just to make it very specific, the S&P 500, we found that when it was up more than 6.95%, like it was in the 4 days that ended last week, so you had a 4-day rate of change of 6.95%. It was up 23% median gain a year later. 14 of the 16 occurrences were actually up double digits.
So that argues for more strength ahead, Richard. I remember you've been warning for months now about a bubble, even when things were looking good. And now that we have seen this sharp deterioration in the markets, do you think there's more room to go, or you agree with Tony? It looks like the damage is done.
Well, Sarah, I think, what you said, sharp deterioration in the market. I still view the market as being more of a seesaw right now, where the market itself really hasn't done as much as people think. But because people have been on one side of the seesaw, their pain has been extreme. If they've been on the other side of the seesaw, I think they're actually pretty happy right now. If you're in things like energy, utilities, things like that, I think you're probably pretty happy. And so I think the dispersion among sectors and sector performance is actually the bigger story than the market, so to speak. And I think that's going to continue.
But would you add to exposure in those sectors that are doing well? Energy, materials today, utilities as well?
I think that there's a longer term story here. I mean, I think that one of the big surprises could be that energy is actually a growth sector. The energy sector right now has the highest dividend yield of any sector, so that would classify it as a value investment. But what most people don't understand is that on a bottom-up projected 5-year growth basis, energy also ranks #1 for earnings growth. So it's the #1 for dividend yield. It's the #1 for secular earnings growth. That, to me, sounds like a long-term investment story.
What about you, Tony? When you look at the sector divergence and performance, what looks best to you? Would you go to the most beaten down parts of the market, namely technology?
So, Sarah, the only way that the market really rallies over the course of the next year, like all the data supports, is if you actually have the short end of the yield curve come down. In other words, it's already discounted what the Fed's going to do. Already, the rate move has significantly impacted the lower end of the housing market from all accounts that I can hear when I talk to various analysts in the space, and it'll eventually move up the food chain. I think one of the problems that the Fed has when they talk about the neutral rate, when they're raising rates, is that they don't take into account the price increases. Remember, after every recession, they throw an infinite amount of money at the market, which goes into investment that lifts the prices of assets. So when you raise rates, you're not raising rates against the same price. In other words, I can afford a house at make up a number, $100,000 at 3%. I may even be able to afford it at 4%, but can I afford a $150,000 house at 4%? So that affordability index deteriorates much more quickly because when they threw all the money at us and made it so cheap, it lifted the asset prices to the only way to turn it over is to have a lower interest rates to be able to afford that monthly number.
232 is the yield, by the way, on the 10-year. Everything's reversed from yesterday. The sell-off in bonds and the rally in stocks. Tony, Richard, thank you both for joining us with some of your takes. While stocks are falling, take a look at commodities jumping again. Oil's up more than 5% today, 50% now for the year. Nickel prices are popping, the first gain since March 7th when nickel hit an all-time high, leading the London Metal Exchange to halt trading. Joining us now on all of it is CME Group CEO Terry Duffy. In the center of all of the action, Terry, what have the volumes been like for all these products that you have there? Commodities, rates, oil prices in particular. What does it look like from your vantage point?
Well, Sarah, I think you have been talking about this as many of your guests have over the last several weeks. I mean, the prices are all over the place. The volumes are associated with it. You get ebbs and flows in the spike of volumes going up and down depending on which way the market's going at any given moment in time. We're all interdependent on all these geopolitical factors that are playing into it. You talked a moment ago just about, you know, the commodity markets. Let's talk about a second about wheat. I mean, you look at a third of the wheat production, the world's production is coming out of two countries that are at war with each other right now. So if that comes off the market for this year, next year, and maybe even the year after, I'm not suggesting it will, but if it does, where is the market going to go? I mean, we're not just talking about people shooting each other, which is catastrophic in itself. We're not talking about a financial collapse. We're talking about hunger here. And this is a big issue for us. So risk management associated with these products is critically important.
What about liquidity? Has that been an issue?
You know, people have talked a lot about the liquidity. The liquidity can be an issue in times of stress no matter what market you're trading. If you're trading an IBM stock or if you're trading a wheat contract.
Okay, I'll leave that up and closed captions on there if you want to read it. Nap time's over. People only eat wheat. Norman, that's not very glutard sensitive. GME doesn't want to move from this spot. It's really, it's good. It is good. It moving with SPY though, I feel like SPY's probably gonna come down tomorrow. That's what it looks like. I'm curious what after hours are gonna be like. What do you think the move? What do you think the after hours move was yesterday? Here, 122 to 148. X. I closed out of that debit spread, that call debit spread. It still had a couple $100 of value actually, so I just closed it. So now I just have those short 165 calls on my shares on here, which that could put me in trouble, but I'll roll it. I'll roll it if I need to. But it was nice actually to take some of the profit from that. I think what I've done today is much better than how I managed yesterday. Day traders setting their stop loss to close now. Guys outside? Yeah. Need to figure out how to roll over my Weeble. Oh, power hour, guys. There. Vacuum. SPY's really helped. Well, for the last 24 hours or so, GME has totally neglected the SPY. And so it hasn't really mattered, but with no covering volume or RC's magic IEX volume, we're back attached to the SPY, it looks like. But on the longer term, the hourly, it looks bullish still. Looks like it wants to cool off. I feel like it's probably gonna fill that gap at some point today, tomorrow, next day. 125, 123 gap. Hour, slow jazz. That's right. The last hour before this dump. That's true. I get. Well, yeah. I think we've been following it since here. Like 120. Right around here. Kind of came down with it, and kind of came up with it, and it's kind of even coming down with it now. It could outpace it here, but doesn't look like it really is yet. But yeah, they definitely do some stop loss hunting. I'm not arguing to that for sure. Look.
Look that up.
Look at that. The fact that we're kind of hanging out in this kind of no man land seems like it's going to want to retrace back down to here for support, or we're going to keep ripping up to another resistance. Kind of a weird place to stop. Today's daily also is pretty bearish looking. Not too bad, but that's a pretty big doji on the upside. That increasing volume though, that all looks nice. Increasing volume and green. I don't know, tomorrow might be huge. That's crazy. That's crazy. 140, yeah. That's so crazy. Yeah, I mean the daily, that doji on that side's kind of bearish, but these candles, this increasing volume and breaking through this resistance, 125, this whole resistance through here, and crossing over that 50 moving average, which Don's been waiting on, looks very bullish. So that's a longer time frame daily. So maybe on the hourly, I don't know. You could set up plays today. I don't think I'll get anything for this week though. The only thing I have for this week that I set up are bearish plays. In case we get a little pullback. Next week we've got a couple bullish ones. If we do get a pullback though, I think I want to do another put credit spread. Premiums are high, should be good. For the millionth time, dip before the rip. How you doing, Nicholas? I'm doing good, man. Engulfing candle tomorrow. Above the wick. Well, I need that for what? Crazy big squeeze? If we had an engulfing candle above today's wick, that'd be huge. That'd be 160. That'd be a close above 150. That'd be a big move. Hey, yay. Okay. You reach it? You can't reach it. No, no, no. Okay, how do I roll? Maybe I have to do it in separate legs. I don't have enough money to buy this back. Roll. I don't know. Maybe it'll expire worthless. That'd be funny if all my 108s and 109s end up expiring worthless anyways this week. That's okay. Don't worry about it. It's alright. what does this look like? Looks kind of like this day, honestly, but not as bad. Yeah, it does. It does kind of look like this day, guys. So if it is a pinch, then we might get the two the two different peaks on the pinch, which would actually line up with next Tuesday or Wednesday running again, just like it's happened here and kind of happened here. I think that's the first one. That's like the second one. Kind of happened here. This is like the first one, and this was the second one. Kind of here too. Whether it's higher or not, I don't know. So maybe consolidate around here, and then another leg up next week. My first house for college. Rentals the next month or so. Nice, man. Best investment you can make. The first house you're gonna buy is it's gonna be a rental property. What's nice about owning property next to colleges is there's usually demand, and you can sometimes fetch a premium. Problem with it, the downsides are somewhat seasonal, and college kids wreck houses. So you want to be careful on who you rent to, as always, but especially colleges, get a good deposit, strong contract. Oh, you're gonna live in it. Nice. All right, yeah, there you go. That's the way to do it for sure. That's what I've always done. First house I bought, lived in it with my parents. Second house I bought, lived in it with my wife. Third house I bought, lived in it with my dog. No, I'm just kidding. I still live with my wife. But yeah, and then those other houses I just rented out as I moved on and bought other ones. But even the ones we live in, we still rent out. So we rent out rooms in our houses. Some houses are set up better for it, and depending on lifestyle, but it's a nice way. Just get your mortgage paid for, get your bills paid for, and it's a best investment I've ever had. Real estate. Wreck the houses here in the UK, they have to pay all damages. Yeah, it's all about what you have in a contract. So get a fatty deposit. I mean, even if the contract's solid, you don't want to be fighting it. You just want a deposit to be able to cover stuff. I haven't rented out to college kids, but yeah, first and last month's rent. I do a security deposit of a month's worth of rent. And yeah, that's basically it. You could do more than that, and then just take pictures of everything before you leave, and contract's got to be solid, that if anything's basically different, they're paying for it. Bought a 4-bedroom across from Universe 2, maybe sent live in. Nice. That's the way to do it, Norman. 4 bedrooms, so that's still under, let's see, it's 4-bedroom, you're still under the multifamily. Because once you get past, was it 4-bedroom? Once you get past that, you jump into a different class. It has to be a commercial rental. Oh, Happy Mystery? Wait, we don't talk about her. Please? So Norman, you had to do that commercially then, since it's a 4-bedroom, or is that the cutoff? Is it 5-bedroom and up? Yeah, Nicholas, that's what I've always done. I'm a big bull on Airbnb. You can make more definitely in the long term. It's definitely more work and more of a headache, but if you're just trying to reap the most profits, Airbnb is definitely a way not only to cover all your bills, but to make a solid monthly income. But a lot of places you have to be careful, especially, I don't know how it is on the campus, but HOAs won't like it. Neighbors might not necessarily like it. There might be code enforcement and different city, county rules. So you gotta try and do it under the radar, which is super annoying. Or just do like long term, which is easier. GME is looking good. It's consolidating nicely. I was just trying to look at comparable chart. If it is some sort of pinch and not just setting up for the massive squeeze, looks similar to maybe this price action. Doesn't look as bearish as this day did. Could be somewhere like right in here. If you look at just like that. Could be a day like today, that day. If it is a pinch, we might get one of these double highs, so a high and then a consolidation, another high, consolidation, high. So on the daily, it looks super bullish still. Hourly, still looks good. It looks pretty hot, and it does have that red engulfing candle there. But I mean, it's held up really nicely. I've got a little exposure both ways at this point. So expect just flat consolidation and a premium crush on my stuff. Higher, low. SPY's red, VIX is green. VIX is green, but oh, that is weird. VIX is broken. Was cut off? Yo, you cut him off? 500K sold for 220 4 years later. Nice. Yep, great investment. And if you held on to it till now, it'd be worth probably $1 million. Might be right. Bearish. Yeah, I mean, a pullback. There's a gap to fill. Just short term. Nothing crazy. Is this you? No, is that you, Jay? What is this, a 1 minute? Degen? 3 minute? It's a pretty short time frame. Yeah, I mean the longer time frame is still looks bullish, so shorter time frame bearish. Yeah, you can see there's a head and the shoulders. So probably a pullback in the shorter time frame and bullish in the longer time frame still. And those are the plays I have for it. I have this week's bearish and I have next week bullish. So I could scale into next week bullish if we do come down. And I'll probably open, yeah, put credit spread or something like that Thursday or Friday, depending on how low it goes or what happens. 227 right now? Oh, you recently sold it then? Just last year, oh, okay. 4 bedroom is the cutoff. So you can have 4 bedroom. The cutoff meaning that's commercial, or you can have that and it's not commercial. I could look it up too, it's not a big deal. I've just done single family, but I have looked at multifamily, and that's when I learned about, I thought it was 4 bedroom is commercial, 4 bedroom and up, but maybe it was, that's the final. You can have that. Okay, cool. So 4 bedrooms cut off. Nice. Norman's southeast, where real estate has gone up significantly, but is still much cheaper than overinflated places like the west and the northeast. That's water. Where? Down there? That's a federal thing, isn't it? Because I think I've heard that 4 bedroom thing. Raleigh. Raleigh. Massachusetts, yikes. Yep, so your blue states are going to be expensive, your red states are going to be cheap, more or less. Pretty much that simple. Moon Pirate, I don't know if you're still in here. If you're on stream. That's awesome, man. Made good profits. I have a tiny bit of exposure for next week, but just to have some, but I'm expecting a pullback. But you never know. After hours could be crazy news announcement or who knows. So that's why I have a little bit. But I've taken most profits today and opened up some bearish plays. And the only exposure I have that's long really is for next Friday. And bearish exposures for this Friday. Off. Okay. You're about to head to 142? Yeah, I mean, it's held up strong all day. 30 minutes left, though. Not sure why I would make a crazy move like that end of day, but not sure why it does a lot of stuff. Everything's still bullish, pretty much, as far as momentum. There is that head and shoulders, though, like pointed out. That is true, I didn't even notice that. And then these descending RSI peaks. I think this is also an indicator. Descending MACD also. Put down? I'll hold you. Did you poop?
Yeah.
I don't think you did.
No,
No, you go poo-poo on the potty, you get a treat. You get a cookie.
Cookie, yeah.
Cookie, yeah. And you go poop on the potty.
Oh.
You did poop.
Cookie, yeah.
You did poop.
Cookie, yeah.
Stinky boy, go to mama. $4 much compared to what we've seen today. That's true. Yeah, 142 is only right here. Good call. Yeah, I gotta reward him for doing good. I don't think it's like a channel. Yeah, it could be a channel too. It is a channel. This peak is definitely higher than these peaks though. Still in the dip, not selling until share price of the phone number. Yeah, I'm not selling any shares. I'm just talking about trading options. Yep, this is still, I think, undervalued in a lot of ways. I mean, they just announced their NFT marketplace and the beta is live. Like, that's... I haven't even really gotten into that. That's huge. And it looks good. Just the interface looks nice. It's good to see not awful interface. Their app, their website, I'm not a fan of. Better once I updated it, but it's pretty ugly. That the beta.nft.gamestop.com, that looks nice though. IMPP from a random person to the moon. Certainly is. Imperial petrol. Is this oil? Seaborne transportation, oil producers, refineries. Yeah. Kind of an interesting late day rally. I'm probably gonna leave it alone, but hopefully that works out for you. Might have been a Wyckoff. On such short time frames, I definitely don't look for them, and I'm not sure how trustworthy they are. Yeah, I've been watching BRCC. I mean, Diamond Hands. He Diamond Hands treats. I mean, he eats them, but he doesn't let them go. Just kidding. Kind of. No, he does, but he's actually a really good eater. He eats vegetables and doesn't like it, but he eats it. He's learning to like it. Tons of million calls open to us. Just spreads across months. Today, that was a lot of activity on BRCC. Maybe that's what this was, some hedging. No, that was, okay, that was today. Nice bull flag. The daily hasn't flipped, but maybe the 4 hours a chart I should look at more of a time frame, especially for like 2 weeks. Not a huge move it's taken today. Let's look at this pricing. This one's been pretty volatile. So what does next Friday look like? Oh, it's really illiquid. The spreads are maybe we could play some arbitrage and get a crazy fill. Yeah, I guess the monthlies maybe would have more. No, monthlies are pretty slim also. This would be pretty crazy if we just consolidated right into close. Big money's what 325? Let me look at the big plays they opened. March. Oh, that's this Friday. Are those in the money? Oh, right here, the 20 strike. Interesting. The price doesn't even seem good. Looks like they got filled at 30 cents. You could probably get the strike below it for... maybe not. Yeah, I don't like the lack of liquidity on there. What a day. Solid gainer though, 13%. All that was in after hours yesterday. Gap then came down, gapped up, still a gap. Looking at it with extended hours, this is a nice looking flag and support and beautiful. But we do have some divergence here. But I don't like to look at extended hours. Not for that. Nothing about BRC's. What are you guys doing for the marketplace? What's the best route or the easiest as far as setting up a wallet and everything? These choices. I like the browser extension idea, but either one doesn't really matter. Maybe I don't have this. I guess I'd have to get this too. MetaMask. Alright. Oh, Spy's dumping. Dang, I could have held my credit spread. No, maybe not. No, I'd have to come down here. And they probably would have probably gotten it. They probably would have closed it already. See how GME reacts here. I'll set up the MetaMask. I'll do it. Oh, I can get on Chrome. Yeah, I'd rather do that than get on my phone. Nice. I don't know what it's showing, so I won't. Three and a half stars isn't very good on MetaMask. 2,500 reviews. 10 million users. Pretty legit. Add MetaMask. It can read and change all your data on all websites. Display notifications, modify data, and copy and paste. That's quite a bit of permissions. I guess it will need that. You guys probably don't even read the permissions you save. Yeah, man. Do it. Holding kind of strong, starting to dip now. No movement with a lot of volume. This is a fight between longs and shorts. It's just nice consolidation. I mean, it's the movement happened. We're holding it up. It's up almost 12%. You know, from open, it opened at 126 up to 137. So pretty big movement. $10. Yeah, increasing volume. I mean, this is bullish, super bullish actually. Let me look at the volume on these days. Yeah. So that's where this is maybe different. Also, actually, that looks more like this day then, because that's the highest volume and that's that doji day. But here, it could easily be here. This could be today. This could be today. This looks a lot more like today. Increasing volume, some consolidation. Yeah, I mean, it might not dip down. SPY is getting all sorts of volatile. It's maybe a longer term deal, more like January, which is what's been speculated. More like back here. Big volume, decreasing volume, consolidating, but still big volume. Dip, volume increasing, ripping again. On volume, decreasing, consolidating, much bigger volume, rip. Decreasing volume, consolidating, ripping with not much more volume, kind of interesting. Volume staying low, and then volume comes in, it keeps going. And then big volume, big price action. So it could be something more like January. Starting to build these, just stepping up. Minma's good. Free float was traded today. Yeah, 23 million. Wow, pretty good. I shared a Wall Street Bets actually post. It was pretty good. I don't think it's right on the short interest and that sort of thing because he's just grabbing the data that we have, which I think is wrong. But wait, what is this? I didn't even see this part of it. Oh, here you go. Here's a good breakdown for you. Market price has not moved yet from its low. Volume trends 4 months indicate a sea of red, thereby demanding an equal and opposite green offset, which visually is yet to have begun. This was done after yesterday's move. The net volume from today is a paltry 15 million. So today's more, we're at like 26 or whatever. It's not historically noteworthy. Net volumes were routinely 200 million in January. So yeah, this could be the very beginning. Dang, I want to get some more calls. One more buy opportunity at 80. I don't think you're going to get it. Maybe ever. Unless there's a share split at some point. I don't think we're going back there. Could be wrong though. Momentum is not showing that anytime soon. We get a big crash in the market. We'll see what happens, but even then it might find support in this one of these ranges. $100, 125. Or RC might just start buying it up on lit to keep it up. I don't know. Selling eToro, 148. Please help. Selling at eToro to buy it. I wouldn't do that. I'd just keep them on eToro. Especially if you can't, will they not let you transfer from eToro to IBKR? To me, it's not worth it at all to go through that for direct registering. Especially if you have some good amount of time on those shares, and you're getting close to capital gains, long-term capital gains. MACD is bullish still. Not bullish on the weekly yet. It's close, it wants to. If we hold up this price next week, it definitely will be. If we rip up more this week, could. Dang, this GME might be about to make a huge move. It's crazy to think about. I don't know. They might do covering after hours. That is always a possibility. Bullish MACD sustained. On the weekly? Oh, different parameters on your MACD? Ultra 142. 10 minutes of volatility, here it is. Aga's, I'm not doing anything like that to direct register any shares. If eToro can't DRS them, why don't just transfer them? If they won't transfer them, I just wouldn't even worry about it. You can open up a computer share account and just buy whatever you can on there. If you really want to DRS some. 9. This looks like SPY was dumping. Oh yeah, look at that. Did it halt? No. Oh dang, that chart looks nice. Nice. Just had a crazy pop there, huh? eToro won't transfer to another broker? Well, sounds like you're stuck. Jimmy's trying to do something. That was 9. I like this hourly. Good on trades. I got my one trade earlier. It's not working out so far. SPY's dumping. This one, we'll see. This still looks good though. Nice bull flag. Now really kind of crossed bearish. Got time though. I've got time on that. Yep, looks like today's gonna finish off this divergence on the daily. And the hourly's bearish. Oga's, if I was like diehard DRS, I'd say, yeah, that sounds great. I am not, so that's why I'm like, that doesn't sound worth it at all. Yeah, overseas, I guess your taxes are probably different, so maybe you don't have long-term and short-term capital gains type stuff. So maybe it doesn't matter. So if that's what you're gonna do, then go for it. Sounds like you just want someone to tell you that to do that. No, it just looks like it wants to do an after hours move with all this today. Okay, I might get one more. For next week though, I'm not getting any for this week. That's true. If you want someone to tell you to go for it, go comment on Superstock. Actually, no, they probably wouldn't, because that would be selling shares. No, that's the thing. Yeah, that's why I'm curious. What you just said, that was my question, Data Dealer. Because on average, it's what, 40,000 shares a day bought with DRS. But we don't see this movement at all. And this was apparently pressure from RC, but maybe this was something else also, because that, or DRSing, those shares are actually held in the brokerages because it's not causing that much price action at all. That's not matter how long I hold the share. Yeah, well, if it's long or short term, doesn't, I guess, really matter. It's just what he's saying is it's a taxable event. So if you have gains on it or losses, you're gonna have to pay taxes on those. And then I don't know how it is in Germany, but over here we have wash sales. Maybe you don't have that. But if you try and buy back in when it's lower, you actually don't get to realize the losses on that unless you do it after 30 days. Next week's IV is hot. Should I have waited to roll? Premium caught up. I didn't know it was behind. I averaged into that. That one, what is it? 150, 195 for next week. Want a little bit of exposure into this after hours. We'll probably bleed down to like 60, 70% negative next week, and then hopefully grind back up. Five minutes. Relocate, come chat on stream. Went ahead and linked my Loop Ring wallet to Game7. Now that link just brings up my Loop Ring wallet on mobile. Oh. So get a Loop Ring wallet instead of MetaMask? I don't see the point, might as well choose MetaMask, right? Probably just use what's they're providing on their website. Maybe. Hey Jason. Sorry, no video today, just a stream. You can rewatch the stream if you'd like. Long recap. SPY is coming down. Wow, that's a pretty big move today on SPY. 1.25% down. Ugly close. Could be an after-hour drip. I've got one more contract or spread in case it did, but I took a lot of profits today. Realistically, I expect GME to cool off next 2 days. and then maybe to that 120-ish level, and then possibly a big rip next week to the 150, maybe 200, coming maybe Tuesday, Wednesday again. That said, again, this held up nice. Could have an after hours rip, could keep going. Thursdays sometimes rip for GME too. If there's no catalyst, it seems like this is probably the end of the move for the week. But yeah, I could be wrong. 2 minutes. Thanks, Jason. You know, I played it really awful, but I climbed my way out of it a little bit today. But I traded this pretty awful. Even though everything was set up right, I didn't have capital to capitalize on it. I was early. I was like 1 week early basically on all my... I put like 15 grand basically in options. And most of it expires this Friday. But it was already down so much that even the move we've had wasn't enough. So, realized losses on those, and then I opened up short calls yesterday morning on my Theta farming accounts. So those I'm stuck rolling now, which isn't a huge deal. Those I don't even need to look at those. Today I've done a little better though. I've realized some gains, got a little bit of exposure. If we do have another leg up, hopefully I'm more exposed. There's the bell, ding, ding, ding. But the shares are looking good. Shares are happy in the long term, bringing up the account balance, which is nice on all the accounts. So in the day, GME's up 15%. SPY down. So GME detached from SPY in the last, what, 10 minutes or so? That's good. Midday kind of attached a couple times, which didn't seem good. But overall, GME held up really well. So, daily candle, pretty good. Pretty big doji on top, but not too bad. There's still a gap down here that probably needs to get filled. We'll see. The environment right now just seems so squeezy. Like, GameStop just has a lot. Ryan Cohen literally seems like he can cause the squeeze. Seems like there's a lot of power. So, yeah, I don't know. Amazing close. 142, that's it. You nailed it. That was VWAP, wasn't it? Cheated. Used VWAP. Thank you guys for your thumbs up. Thank you for your subscriptions and your memberships. If you did become a member, message me on Discord. Link for that is pinned right now in the comments or the chat. And I will get you your role on Discord appropriately. And yeah, GME rips, after hours, probably just chat about it on Discord. Maybe do a Twitter Spaces. I did one the other night. I think a couple of you guys were listening. No one wanted to chat, so it was lonely. Thanks guys for watching, appreciate it. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. We'll see you tomorrow, probably with another video, unless it starts to get wild again. All right, guys, peace out.